Vice President Al Gore, if I may call on you, you've been leading this for more than 40 years, shaping global conversations on climate change, encouraging the development, adoption of low-carbon technologies. You've promoted climate education and awareness among the youths and the activists. In fact, I've come across many of these young people who have been inspired by you to join environmental sustainability work in business. And you've also recently launched satellite technologies to track emissions, hold companies as well as countries accountable for their pledges. Johan and Joita, they've tried to make the science simple for us. It was not easy. We gave them only 10 minutes. It is a very complex subject with a lot of intertwining issues and implications. But you've got a lot of experience as a politician, in business, as well as being an advocate and activist. And today I'd like to ask you, as a global leader, what advice do you have for all of us who want to contribute to be that force for good? What are some of the effective tools and levers that you think we should focus on and pull on as a global community?
Well, thank you, Kim Hui. I appreciate your leadership. Thank you for inviting me to be on this wonderful panel. And I want to compliment Johan and Joyita for their presentation at the beginning. And I'm certainly looking forward to my friend Yo-Yo Ma playing at the end of this panel. You know, we tend to emphasize the bad news, and there is unfortunately a lot of it. But there's a lot of good news as well. And I just want to cover some of it. In my country, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which is primarily a climate act, $369 billion, which will actually be much larger than that because the heavy lifting is done by tax credits that are very long-term, some of them actually open-ended, and the early investments that have already been triggered by it give a great deal of many reasons for believing it's going to be much larger than $369 billion. So I'm very encouraged by that. Secondly, in Andrew's home country, Australia, the elections changed the climate policy of Australia. And then the elections in Brazil changed the climate policies in Brazil. So there is good news. We do have some momentum. The European Union has been mostly successful in balancing the need to respond to the short-term energy crisis caused by Russia's evil and cruel invasion of Ukraine, balancing that short-term crisis with the need to accelerate the longer-term transition to renewable energy. There is still a risk that it will get locked into fossil fuel infrastructure that actually increases emissions in the years going forward, and we have to be careful about that. There's more good news as well on the technology front. As Andrew said, we have the technologies we need. The International Energy Agency says for a 50% reduction, we have all the technologies we need with proven deployment models already available to us. The next 50% after 2030, we have the technologies that are in development. We see the pathway to improve them. We know how to get there. We've already seen last year, if you look at all the new electricity generation installed worldwide, 90% of it was renewable. It's now the cheapest source of electricity in almost the entire planet. Secondly, electric vehicles for the transportation sector. The penetration has reached the 10% level in multiple geographies. That's the point where you often see an inflection going much higher. Norway's already at 50%. All the automakers are going in that direction. Business is leading. Andrew and Mark, of course, are two wonderful examples. There are many others. And in the WEF this year, I have noticed a huge increase in the amount of passion and attention being paid by CEOs and other business leaders. It is for real. But as the Secretary General said in his brilliant speech earlier today, we are not winning. The crisis is still getting worse faster than we are deploying these solutions, and we need to make changes quickly. Emissions are still going up. All these promises of the last few years to cut emissions are still going up. When are we going to bring these emissions down? And just to put the science in a slightly different context, People are familiar with that thin blue line that the astronauts bring back in their pictures from space. That's the part of the atmosphere that has oxygen, the troposphere, and it's only 5 to 7 kilometers thick. That's what we're using as an open sewer. If you could drive a car straight up in the air at interstate highway speeds, you'd get to the top of that blue line in 5 minutes. And all the greenhouse gas pollution would be below you. We're still putting 162 million tons into it every single day. And the accumulated amount is now trapping as much extra heat as would be released by 600,000 Hiroshima-class atomic bombs exploding every single day on the Earth. That's what's boiling the oceans, creating these atmospheric rivers and the rain bombs and sucking the moisture out of the land and creating the droughts and melting the ice and raising the sea level and causing these waves of climate refugees predicted to reach 1 billion in this century. Look at the xenophobia and political authoritarian trends that have come from just a few million refugees. What about 1 billion? We would lose our capacity for self-governance on this world. We have to act. So in answer to your question, I would say we have to have a sense of urgency much greater than we have yet had, and we need to make some changes. We've heard about divides at this conference between the North and South and the East and West. There's another divide, increasingly, between those who are old enough to be in positions of power and the young people of this world. Greta Thunberg was just arrested in Germany. I agree with her efforts to stop that coal mine in Germany. Young people around the world are looking at what we're doing. They look at the World Bank and they say, oh, you've got a climate denier in charge of the World Bank, so why are you surprised that the World Bank is completely failing to do its job? Secretary General says that. Everybody knows the World Bank is failing badly. Now we have the COP process. Okay, what do I say to these young activists that I train around the world when they come to me and they say, are you okay with putting the CEO of one of the largest oil companies in the world in as the president of the COP? Is that really okay? Well, it's not whether he's a nice guy or not, or whether he's intelligent. The appearance of a conflict of interest undermines confidence at a time when climate activists around the world, and I'm partly speaking for them right here on this stage, have come to the conclusion that the people in authority are not doing their job. There's a lot of blah, 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 as Greta says. There are a lot of words, and there are some meaningful commitments, but we are still failing badly. We need to have a supermajority process instead of unanimity in the COP. We cannot let the oil companies and gas companies and petrostates tell us what is permissible. In the last COP, we were not allowed to even discuss scaling down oil and gas. Can't discuss it. A lot of the NDCs weren't even called for. Are we going to be able to discuss scaling down oil and gas in the next COP? Or putting the oil industry in charge of the COP? Is that going to tell young people around the world, we've just decided to not even disguise it anymore? Let me finish with this point on the industry. You've had problems in your area where you tried to get legislation and the oil and gas industry came in and fought you, right? In my state, same thing. Every piece of pro-climate legislation at the national level, the regional level, the local level, municipal level, the oil and gas industry and the coal industry, they come in and fight it tooth and nail. And they use their legacy network of political influence and wealth to stop progress. The rest of us have to reform these international institutions so that the people of this world, and including the young people of this world, can say, we are now in charge of our own destiny. We're going to stop using the sky as an open sewer. We're going to save the future and give people hope. We can do it, and remember that political will is itself a renewable resource.
Look, the Inflation Reduction Act is also the most significant investment ever in climate change. Ever. Lowering utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future. I visited the devastating aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to Mexico to all the way up to the Canadian border. More timber has been burned, as I've observed from helicopters, than the entire state of Missouri. And we don't have global warming? Not a problem. In addition to emergency recovery, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho, we're rebuilding for the long term. New electric grids that are able to weather major storms and not prevent those forest fires. Roads and water systems withstand the next big flood. Clean energy to cut pollution and create jobs in communities often left behind. We're going to build 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations installed across the country by tens of thousands of IBEW workers. And we're helping families save more than $1,000 a year with tax credits to purchase electric vehicles and efficient appliances, energy-efficient appliances. Historic conservation efforts to be responsible stewards of our land. Let's face reality. The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat. We have an obligation, not to ourselves, but to our children and grandchildren, to confront it. I'm proud of how America, at last, is stepping up to the challenge. We're still going to need oil and gas for a while. But guess what? No, we do. But there's so much more to do. We got to finish the job. And we pay for these investments in our future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations begin to pay their fair share. Just begin. Look, I'm a capitalist. But pay your fair share. I think a lot of you at home agree with me and many people that you know. The tax system is not fair. It is not.
Some New Jersey's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and let me congratulate the new ranking member on his new position.
Take your time.
If the chairman lets me, I will. And thrilled to also now have him as a member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which I just came from. So we look forward to seeing you there as well. Flooding is one of the most expensive and most frequent natural disasters in the United States. Despite this, just 4% of Americans have flood insurance. With climate change bringing heavier rainfall, stronger hurricanes, we need to ensure that flood insurance remains affordable and homeowners are financially protected. But last year, FEMA implemented a new premium methodology for the National Flood Insurance Program that will lead to higher premiums. The agency itself has estimated that premium increases will cause 1 million policyholders to drop coverage and therefore dilute this already small pool. And to make matters worse, there is little transparency about how FEMA is pricing the premiums, leaving the construction industry in the dark about how to optimally build flood-resistant homes. So, Dr. Deese, how have home builders been impacted by FEMA's new premium system, and what would be the long-term effects for coastal communities if flood insurance becomes too expensive?
Yeah, thank you for raising this issue, Senator. This is something you hear about from builders across the country in terms of not just the direct effect in terms of home buyers and their costs of higher insurance premiums, and clearly flood insurance is an important part of making sure that we can build housing in areas where you've got job creation and economic activity. But it's the uncertainty of how those premiums are calculated as a data person that's particularly concerning. How can you plan to do land development in an environment where that calculation is not known? In other words, the underlying equations. That makes it difficult to do land development. And I think it's really important to keep in mind that if you're talking about home building, that process is preceded by 3 to 5, in some cases 10 years of land development. So the uncertainty of it harms the land development process, which then harms the lot supply process, and then results in what we've talked about today, which is pricing out home buyers from the market and makes home ownership more expensive.
Yeah, and I would just note, if FEMA itself recognizes that it's going to lose 1 million policyholders, and insurance is about spreading risk across the widest base possible, you lose 1 million policyholders, that means the rates go up for everybody else. And then we have natural disasters in our states across the country, and the federal government comes and helps. Instead of having an insurance program that can mitigate as well as cover the cost. It doesn't make any sense to me. So that's why Senator Kennedy and I have introduced bipartisan legislation that will reauthorize the National Flood Insurance Program, keep premiums affordable, invest in cost-saving mitigation measures to put the program on a firm financial footing. And I look forward to working with the chairman and the ranking member on this critical issue. I am concerned about two things, as someone who's sat on this committee for quite some time. Affordable housing is increasingly located in areas that are away from job centers, forcing workers to pay higher transportation costs or work fewer hours. Thankfully, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act passed the last Congress, injected a much-needed $550 billion into reviving our nation's transportation systems. So, Dr. Herbert, how can we leverage the investments of IAGA to help connect affordable housing to good jobs? And how critical is it that we build more affordable housing near public transit so that we can connect people to good-paying jobs and careers?
Thank you for that question, Senator. It's absolutely critical that we have well-located housing near transportation systems. I believe in his opening remarks, Chairman Brown mentioned the importance of housing and transportation. We talk about not just a housing cost burden, but you have to add transportation costs, which come with that house, to the housing cost to understand how much people are burdened. So well-located housing can address housing affordability by reducing that overall burden. In terms of the Investment in Infrastructure and Jobs Act, my center recently did an analysis looking at the opportunities there to link that to housing. There's three ways. Much of that money is actually by formula, so it makes it difficult. But one is to provide technical assistance to state and localities to understand those connections. The second is to take advantage of the competitive grant programs to instill in those elements that require localities to get those grants to take into account housing. And then the third is to use for all the formula grant programs to try to build into those using existing tools, maybe through best practices and the like, to make sure that states and localities understand how those investments can help.
Finally, the Urban Institute says that 16.1 million new household formations over the next 20 years, 80% of them will be senior households. Now, it seems to me that this increase in senior households is going to put a huge demand on senior public and assisted housing capacity and needs for the next Congress to consider. Do you see it that way as well?
Absolutely, Senator. In my written testimony, I talked about the increasing number of senior renters with worst-case housing needs. Since 2011, the baby boom generation started turning 65, and over that same last decade period, we've seen a 60% growth in senior renters who are either paying 50% of their housing or their income for housing or living in severely inadequate housing. And this is in many respects the tip of the iceberg as that older population, particularly people 75 and older, where the baby boom edge is just now, will continue to grow over time. So we're absolutely going to see an enormous increase in need among our most oldest residents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Chairman Menendez. Senator Seekin, I'll lead, and then Senator Romney is next in line. Dr. Carney, you've held two of the most significant and powerful positions globally in the banking sector. Climate change was not customarily a part of the banking sector's interest. Why is it that you took such an interest in addressing climate change?
Thank you, Chair. It goes back in part to your opening comments, some of the points you made in your opening comments, which is that underinvesting in resilience up front leads to much greater cost down the road. And it was particularly when I became governor of the Bank of England, and it's not commonly known, but one of the responsibilities of the Bank of England is to oversee the insurance industry. And it's the fourth largest insurance industry in the world. It includes one of the largest, if not the largest, reinsurance market, famous Lloyd's of London. And therefore, that's a property and casualty and reinsurance industry that's directly affected by climate change. And one of the lessons that the brokers and the risk managers in Lloyd's of London had determined was that the tail risks of the past were becoming the central scenario of the future. I'll refer to Dr. Litterman's comments about 1 in 100 risk events becoming that much more frequent. So, of course, they're adjusting pricing, they're adjusting coverage, which has real implications for economies. And it's apparent to us as risk managers that this will affect the economy more broadly and the financial system potentially more broadly if there is not adequate information to assess the potential degree of those risks, and if risk managers don't at least have the opportunity to determine whether or not they will take steps to.
Dr. Carney, you were in charge of the Bank of Canada after the 2008 financial crisis. Can you compare what you foresee with respect to climate with what you experienced in the 2008 mortgage crisis?
Well, there's two things that I would say. The first is that one of the experiences of that crisis, and many of the members, of course, lived through it and helped manage through it, is what's called a Minsky moment, a realization that basic assumptions were no longer true, that, for example, that house prices would never fall in the United States, that capital was money good, that assets off balance sheets would stay off balance sheets. All of those proved false and led to the collapse or virtual collapse of the core, much of the core of the financial system, with huge economic costs that ultimately have added to the debt burden of the United States, amongst other countries. Now, in Canada, we were more fortunate for a variety of reasons, but one of the reasons was we had put more resilience into our financial institutions up front.
Without getting into Canada specifically and looking at comparison between what you project potentially happening with a climate crisis, what's the scale comparison in your mind between what we experienced with the 2008 financial crisis and what climate portends for our systems?
Okay, so I'll just lead from that point. The first point is what we want to avoid is a rapid and sudden adjustment to the climate crisis, both adaptation, the impact of physical damage, or belated investments to address the issue. The orders of magnitude are potentially similar in those cases if we delay adjustment. If we adjust up front, actually, I'm of the view that we can actually grow economies through the investments, which would improve competitiveness. But if we delay it until it's evident, and this is the tragedy of the horizon, supremely evident to everybody, then the orders of magnitude approach the financial crisis.
And just to be clear, your testimony is that climate change could reduce the level of global GDP per capita by 10 to 20%. And in that calculation, you leave out critical economic channels that have not been modeled, including disrupted supply chains, challenges to monetary and financial stability that increasing climate change will present, and potential economic impact of rising risks to national security. Is that a fair summary?
That is a fair summary, and one of the lessons of large shocks is they get amplified as they come through the financial sector, yes.
Dr. Litterman, the papers we have in front of us are littered with the phrase systemic risk. It seems like a mild little term. Could you give us a sense of what its impact is?
The systemic risk that's incorporated in climate change comes from the uncertainty about how the economy is going to be responding to the various different hazards that are increasing. So we have whole areas of the country that may be impacted by extreme weather. Florida, for instance, that could lead to significant financial stress in terms of the ability to raise funds for capital. So you can have significant systemic impacts on the economy. It's one of those things that we just don't know.
The economy.
Excuse me?
Systemic meaning it cascades through the economy into sectors that
exactly. It'll affect every aspect of the economy, including government budgets.
And last question, you said you were hard-headed about your report. Explain.
Yeah, this is a report that was created by a bunch of scientists, academics, business people, investors, and we came to unanimous agreement. It wasn't about I don't know, gut feeling. It was about facts, and the problem is we don't know what the future is going to bring, so we have to be prepared. It's very simple.
Good word to end on.
Yeah.
I think my clock started a little bit late, so if the ranking member would like to go a little bit beyond, that would be all's fair. And I turn to Senator Grassley, Senator Padilla next, Senator Romney next, unless Senator Marshall returns.
Dr. Holzhausen, our rising debt and deficits are casting are cast by a lot of people as long-term challenge, quote unquote, long-term.
And then I had the order wrong. Next is Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Communities of color, indigenous communities, low-income communities, and immigrant communities are more likely to be located in climate risk-prone areas and areas with degraded infrastructure, making them even more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. It's one of the many reasons I was proud to support the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law last Congress, which are making critical investments to combat the climate crisis. And notably, these laws direct resources towards many of the underserved and frontline communities that I just referenced, which far too often bear the brunt of the crisis and other natural disasters. First question is for Dr. Carney. Can you talk about how the climate crisis disproportionately impacts these already marginalized communities and the importance of equity in our financial response and investments?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Yes, it is an unfortunate reality that climate change has these impacts in part through the direct areas in which many disadvantaged communities live, proximity, for example, to our coasts. And of course, this committee will know that 40% of Americans are living within 1/8 of a mile of coasts, and coasts which potentially are subject to, on some estimates, $500 billion of property damage over the balance of this century. Secondly, to the extent to which more extreme weather conditions leads to greater volatility in food prices, energy costs, that will also be a direct impact to these disadvantaged groups. And then thirdly, one of the issues that we're all going to be facing around the world, certainly in America as well, businesses and families, is ability to get insurance cover as these impacts become more prominent, the ability to afford it if it is available, and of course, so for families, and I'll finish with this, that are already vulnerable to not have the protection of that the insurance industry can provide because of just the risk, the greater risks that have become central scenarios, if you will, that adds to the vulnerability.
Thank you, Dr. Carney. Appreciate you raising the issue of insurance coverage. We're working with the White House on an initiative in that regard, so we look forward to following up with you. But on the same broad theme, for far too long, it's these disadvantaged communities that I'm talking about that have also been underserved or face barriers when it comes to accessing financial services. Unfortunately, as Dr. Litterman wrote in his testimony, certain sectors of our economy are more susceptible to the subsystemic risks of climate change. This includes community and regional financial institutions, given that they typically serve geographically concentrated areas and can suffer potentially significant losses due to natural disasters and extreme weather events. So given that these institutions serve a vital function in providing financial access to low-income individuals and marginalized communities, the risk is even more concerning. Dr. Litterman, can you discuss the risk of these climate-fueled subsystemic shocks to local and regional economies and describe how they could disproportionately impact these communities?
Sure. Well, wealthy communities will be able to build their infrastructure, harden their infrastructure, and be prepared. And I live in California, and we see smoke more often now. Well, if I put a HEPA filter in and I can filter my air, I'm better off. But, not everyone can afford that. People who can't afford to address some of these risks that are coming, whether it's drought, smoke, heat waves, and so on, if they can't air condition their homes, they're going to be suffering. And we see that around the world. When exposed people are impacted by these hazards, it's the poor that suffer the most. So it's absolutely just one more example of where we have inequity and we're not paying attention to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Contract, and I'm hopeful that we can extend beyond that. And those of you who know my wife knows that she's a saint, and we're welcoming some saints here this morning. Not the New Orleans saints, but some saints nonetheless. be honest with you, I hadn't really thought a lot about this issue that's before us today in the last year or two. But I think we're onto something here. And I'm excited about the hearing today. Senator Capito, Ben, and others really look forward to this hearing, what we're going to learn. But as I think you all know, today is the first Environment and Public Works Committee hearing of this 118th Congress. Senator Capito and I are pleased to welcome our newest members, Senator Fetterman, Senator Mullen, Senator Ricketts. Senator Ricketts, welcome. Great to see you again. Thanks for letting me come and visit with you earlier this month. And we're delighted to be here with our returning members as well, not the least of those, my wingman from Delmarva, the Senator Cardin, or Delmarva, I call them Delmarva buddies. There you go. Over the last couple of years, this committee has played a vital leadership role in passing historic infrastructure and climate legislation. Much of our success was, I'm proud to say, bipartisan. We have a couple of people here from Wyoming, and I quote another fellow from Wyoming who used to say when he was actually sitting right out where you are, Chris, and he said these words, he said, bipartisan solutions are lasting solutions. I see we've been joined by Senator Fetterman. Welcome, Senator Fetterman. I'm glad to see you. Thank you for joining our committee and being as a neighbor. We got Delaware, we got Maryland, we got Pennsylvania. Just pretty good combination. But over the last couple of years, this committee has played a vital leadership role in passing historic infrastructure and climate legislation. Much of our success was bipartisan. And looking ahead, I'm eager to work with Senator Capito, with all of our colleagues here, Democrats and Republicans as well, as we aim to build on that record of success and to further strengthen our economy at the same time. Together, I know we can continue to develop lasting solutions to some of our biggest challenges. That brings me to the topic of today's hearing, and that is exploring policies that support the development and deployment of low-carbon transportation fuels. As a senator from the lowest-lying state in our country, I can think of no greater challenge than the climate crisis. My colleagues have heard me say that more times than they want to remember. Delaware is the lowest-lying state in America. Our state is sinking. The seas around us are rising. That's not a good combination. So we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to address that and create economic opportunity for the rest of our country. But last year, some of you may recall that the National Oceanographic and Atmospheric Administration, affectionately known as NOAA, reported that there were 18 climate disasters in the United States with losses exceeding $1 billion each. 18, exceeding $1 billion. They also reported that a year ago that sea level rise is occurring even faster than predicted, Those 18 costly disasters underscore the urgent need for further action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and to limit the impacts of climate change. We were reminded by Albert Einstein years ago that in adversity lies opportunity, and that's true here as well. And those opportunities are, frankly, enormous. And by tackling the climate crisis, we can continue to fuel the growth of clean energy jobs in our country and reduce our dependence on foreign oil. Again, to our newest members of this committee, including neighboring Pennsylvania and Senator Ricketts as well. My colleagues have heard me tell once or twice the story of a guy named Willie Sutton. I don't know if you ever heard of Willie Sutton. He's a famous bank robber, and during the Great Depression, and finally got caught. He was dragged before the judge and jury and everything. And the judge said to him famously, "Mr. Sutton, why do you rob banks?" And he replied, "Your Honor, that's where the money is." And when people ask me, why do we focus on reducing transportation emissions, I say, because there's a good deal of, that's where a good deal of the emissions come from, too. For some time now, our nation's transportation sector has remained the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S. economy, accounting for more than 25% of emissions in America. I think power plants account for close to 25%, another 20% from our manufacturing operations, think cement plants, think steel mills, and so forth. But through the bipartisan infrastructure law that we all participated in crafting and passing, and the Inflation Reduction Act, Congress and the Biden administration have made significant investments to support American clean energy and zero-emitting vehicles, while also securing the domestic supply chain of critical minerals for electric vehicles. Many Americans, including several members of this committee, are making the switch to electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. And still, there's more that we can and must do to support cleaner fuels for vehicles on our roads and provide greater certainty and flexibility for those who produce these fuels. As a recovering governor, while exploring ways to improve federal policies, I often look to see what's working well in the states and try to replicate those efforts. I call the states laboratories of democracies forever. And they have been forever, and they continue to be laboratories of democracies for us to learn from. States have learned from the federal government's mistakes when it comes to programs like the Renewable Fuel Standard. Many states, including Oregon, including California, have implemented or are considering implementing technology-neutral, low-carbon fuel standards. And these state-level programs have successfully advanced the production and use of cleaner fuels and kept consumers and compliance costs low while fostering local investment and job creation. As we will hear today, these state programs have fuel flexibilities, greater long-term predictability, and cost containment mechanisms that are not included in the Renewable Fuel Standard. Unlike the Renewable Fuel Standard, existing state programs often focus more on emission reductions potential when determining what qualifies as a clean fuel. In addition to reducing the number of questions the states have to ask when determining which fuels qualify for a clean fuel program, the structure allows multiple options for obligated parties to comply. For example, a wide range of stakeholders rather, including the Delaware City Refinery, about 20 miles from my house down the Delaware River. Those stakeholders are interested in producing clean hydrogen as a qualifying clean fuel. They believe they can do so with their existing infrastructure to secure a stronger financial future and create new jobs. That is why we've invested significant federal resources to support the development of clean hydrogen infrastructure in our nation. However, unlike existing state-level programs, the Renewable Fuel Standard does not currently consider hydrogen a clean fuel. Increasing the production and use of clean hydrogen is a key to reducing emissions in sectors of our economy that are difficult to decarbonize. Think large trucks, think like buses, big buses. And the challenges with the Renewable Fuel Standard do not stop at hydrogen. And as we're going to hear today, there are challenges across clean fuel stakeholders, including biofuels, which we can address by moving forward in more technology-neutral approach. With that, I welcome the discussion of the benefits of establishing a federal low-carbon fuel standard, a program that can provide certainty, provide predictability, provide flexibility for all stakeholders, while also spurring innovation across clean fuel technologies to help us meet our ambitious climate goals. My hope is that today's hearing is the first of many conversations on how we can bring industry together along with environmental groups, along with agriculture and stakeholders to further decarbonize our nation's transportation fuels while also supporting job creation across our nation. We look forward to hearing the perspectives of each of our witnesses here today. Before we do that, I want to turn to our ranking member, Senator Capito, for her opening statement. Senator Capito, great to be with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And
Senator Romney. Senator Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for kicking off our 118th Congress meetings of the Budget Committee with this important topic, and thank you to the witnesses. So I represent Virginia, and it's a coastal state. Our shoreline stretches more than 5,000 miles if you include all the snaking waterways around the Chesapeake Bay and the Atlantic. And it's home to assets like the world's largest Navy base, one of the largest cargo ports in the United States, tourism destinations like Virginia Beach and historic Jamestown, as well as commercial and residential districts. The second largest metropolitan area in Virginia is the Hampton Roads area with about 1.7 million people. Hampton Roads is listed behind New Orleans as the most vulnerable community in the country to sea level rise. And this is not the only part of Virginia that's affected by climate change. We see intense rainstorms and flooding in the Appalachian region of Virginia that cause much more severe damage than they have in the past. Even though the annual rainfall hasn't changed much, it tends to come in much more violent episodes than it has in the past because of climate change. So obviously very interested in this topic. One of the things that I've been troubled by, and I want to pick up a little bit, Senator Romney was talking about debt and spending, and wanting to spend the right way, not the wrong way. One of the things I've been troubled by in 10 years here in the Senate is it seems like we are willing to spend a lot of money on climate change, but only in this sense, we spend in response to emergencies. So we'll do a superstorm Sandy emergency relief package in the aftermath of some significant climate event, and you can pretty much count on bipartisanship. We'll try to find ways to help our communities out when they've been hurt. Or we'll rewrite the federal flood insurance program to provide more and more financial support for those whose residences and businesses are getting more severe flood damage than they have in the past. So we'll come in to respond on the back end. But what has been harder to do is find smart resilience funding, or even more importantly, smart prevention funding. I do think, as Senator Romney said, we are on the prevention side. Some of the research investments, either in the CHIPS and research bill and in the infrastructure bill, are maybe front-loading some of these expenses in the prevention side. But if either of you would just have thoughts about, how should, in spending and investing, how should we be balancing between prevention, resilience, and response? And is there a way we should adjust that dial to make it more likely effective?
Well, I think the most important thing we can do is create the incentives now to prevent this problem from getting bigger and bigger into the future. So that's what we have to do immediately. The costs themselves are primarily in the future. And so, among other things, we have to be prepared. I think in terms of what we really need to do to address this problem, as one of the senators mentioned, we have to create the innovation to create the new types of, energy, the infrastructure, the housing, and so on, that will be resilient to the future that's coming. And in order to do that, in order to generate the innovation and the capital and so on, what we need is to create the expectation among investors that there will be incentives that will pay, if you have a low carbon approach, that it'll be more profitable.
Can I just say a word about innovation? And then I do want to have the professor respond as well. One of the things I like is sort of a little virtuous competition in the innovation space. I know some of what we did in the IRA has made European nations kind of mad, like what you're trying to do things that will make it harder for our industries, but then they've decided, well, maybe we better up our investments as well. And that kind of virtuous competition, it can lead to some tough words between otherwise allied nations, but it may not be bad in terms of the overall goal. Dr. Holtz-Eakin, I know you wanted to say something.
Just briefly, I mean, if you take the flood insurance program as an example, for long periods, we didn't update the flood maps and deliberately didn't update the flood maps. So that's a terrible idea, right? You have to know the risks you face. And then once you have those risks, they have to be priced effectively. And that means in some cases premiums that are much higher than have been historically. That becomes politically uncomfortable. Let's be honest about that. Yep. But it provides exactly the right innovation and other incentives. Don't build a house where it doesn't belong, right? Then you will not have to pay out of the flood program when it gets hit, move businesses to places that are more secure for the future. All of that is the best kind of signal to send. And it comes from really very mundane structural things in a lot of federal programs, but we're not doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator.
We thank our three witnesses. I think it's very appropriate that our first hearing in this Congress is in regards to the future of low carbon transportation fuels. Clearly, with Senator Merkley, we've been engaged in some of the international meetings on the climate crisis, and we have a crisis, so we need to do everything we possibly can in every aspect, and the low carbon emission fuels is clearly part of that. I am pleased that under the bipartisan infrastructure bill that Maryland has been able to take advantage of many of the new opportunities under the low or no emissions fuel programs. We have received 3 major grants in our state, $15 million to Montgomery County, Maryland, for new hydrogen production sites and acquiring 13 hydrogen fuel cell electric buses. In Prince George's County, $25 million for a 70 zero emission electric buses. In Anne Arundel County, 1.9 million for 4 diesel electric hybrid buses. I say that because there's 3 different technologies, but all of them are adding to our commitment to reduce our carbon footprint. And then under the Clean School Bus Program, Baltimore City is receiving $9.4 million for 25 electric school buses. So we're taking advantage of these opportunities. I know, Mr. Graff, you talked a little bit about the hydrogen issues. It's new technologies, but it has limits. So where do you see the future of hydrogen as a source for transportation energy?
Senator, thanks for the question. Hydrogen itself is a very versatile molecule. If we are going to achieve our climate objectives, if the energy transition is going to occur, it will not happen without hydrogen. The estimate is that hydrogen itself, long-term by 2050, will likely account for roughly 20% of the world's energy supply. And that versatility allows us to use hydrogen produced in a variety of different pathways to decarbonize energy-intensive industry and also to decarbonize the transportation sector. The utilization of that hydrogen, we've talked a little bit about personal vehicles, but as you grow the vehicle, as you look at commercial vehicles, as you look at the Class A tractors that are on the highways, if in fact we want to get to a zero-emission vehicle, in that case we are in a place where we can utilize hydrogen paired with a fuel cell, maintain the same utility you have today, the same drivability, the same refueling time, the same use irregardless of temperature, and you will be able to utilize, because of the small footprint and weight of the fuel cell, along with the amount of hydrogen necessarily to go ahead and carry on board to power that, you will be able to maintain the payload you have today. So it has the capability in almost every use in the transportation sector to see that evolve. The key is to build out the infrastructure. The key is to build the need for the vehicles and see this grow and evolve as we have for other sectors.
So we took a giant step in that direction under the Inflation Reduction Act, providing certain incentives. What more needs to be done?
So the Inflation Reduction Act clearly provides the capability to produce hydrogen under a variety of pathways, whether you're utilizing renewable power or utilizing natural gas with carbon capture to produce the hydrogen at a lower cost and have the benefit of the low-carbon renewable hydrogen. The key now, given the fact that the transportation sector is one of the most difficult to decarbonize, is to go ahead and further incentivize the use to build out the vehicles and fully utilize those. As a matter of fact, I was with one of our drivers just Thursday, utilizing one of the Class A tractors we're currently using to deliver goods in the state of California between our industrial sites, which utilizes hydrogen and a hydrogen fuel cell to power it. So we just need to build the scale to get there.
Thank you. Mr. Spear, I want to get you engaged here on heavy trucks, heavy-duty trucks. I recognize that we have infrastructure challenges that are very important to the trucker and trucking industry. And I recognize we have supply chain challenges that you've already mentioned in your testimony. But how do we provide the necessary incentives so that heavy-duty trucks are also going to have themselves a smaller carbon footprint? What additional incentives do you think are necessary?
Well, I think if you want to get the newer, safer, more environmentally friendly equipment out on the road, you've got to incentivize it. And you've been a leader on this. You sponsored a bill that would repeal the federal excise tax. This is a 100-plus-year-old tax, World War I. It's the only one left of that era that still exists. And it tacks on 12% of the price of the sale of a new tractor. So that's roughly $25,000 per tractor. Now think about that. Not only is it more expensive, the impact that has on manufacturing that equipment, jobs around the country in those manufacturing facilities, is quite significant. So we believe that repealing that would have a measurable impact on getting cleaner, more environmentally safe equipment out on the road quicker.
Thank you for that answer. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cardin. We're going to move down to Senator Merkley.
Mr. Chairman, one of the extended prerogatives of the chair is that you can finish whatever, and please do. If you have more on the subject.
We will have plenty of discussion during the hearing. I want to keep it moving along. If the ranking member would like to make an opening
Absolutely.
statement, I will yield you 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here and taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us and to travel here. And I want to. There was a moment yesterday during the President's State of the Union speech before Congress that I thought was almost like an epiphany, in that we reached a discussion about common ground. And that common ground effectively said, Social Security and Medicare are off the table. We don't have to worry about those being part of any cut list, and we're all going to work together to make them stronger. I thought that was a rare and good moment in which, on the surface, seemed to have the vast support of all the members of Congress that were there. So that was a special moment. And I would hope that as we look at the issues that are before us today, and before the jurisdiction of this committee, that we look to try to find some common ground on some issues. But I don't think today is one of them. Last week, 4 big oil giants, Exxon, Shell, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, reported the largest profits in history. Together, these fossil fuel Goliaths made over $1 trillion in sales in 2022. Needless to say, big oil had a good year. And on the other hand, the climate did not. The drying of the West showed no signs of slowing down, sending the Colorado River reservoirs into historic shortages and demanding of the federal government and Congress that they intervene in that crisis that continues to grow, the drought in the West. The hurricane battered Puerto Rico, ripped through Florida, making it the deadliest hurricane to hit the state since 1935. All told, the cost of climate disasters in the U.S. totaled $165 billion last year and claimed far too many lives. Climate change is a public health, safety, environmental, and existential crisis like we've never known before. And I think because of that, Democrats on this committee continue to push the issue that climate must be a central focus of any legislative consideration, and that the progress that we've made into a transition away from total dependency on fossil fuels, 85%, as the chairman said, to renewable, alternative energy sources that are clean and healthy for the world and for the American people, that continues to be central in what Democrats of this committee will continue to advocate for, fight for, and push for legislatively. This committee helped pass the most significant investment in climate action in history with the Inflation Reduction Act, the Democrats in this committee. The IRA includes $369 billion in investments for community hit hardest. That includes $4 billion to address the drought in the West, almost $3 billion to build more resilient coastal communities, and of importance to the discussion today, to boost federal permitting offices and environmental review processes so that the self-fulfilling prophecy of no resources, no staff, and permitting taking longer and longer feeds the same argument over and over again that somehow this is a deliberate attack on energy production in this country. $1 billion to bring that permitting process, expedite that process is in there, and we should support its implementations. We made great headway in taking serious actions on climate, but it looks like my colleagues across the aisle won't be building the momentum anytime soon. Instead, we've decided to dedicate this first hearing, their first message to the American people,
how to make it easier for polluters to prosper in this country. During today's hearing, you'll hear about the need, quote unquote, streamline permitting and to, quote, unleash our energy potential. But before we get all hung up on these catchy slogans and they lure us into a baby drill frenzy, let's call them for what they are. They're nothing more than the industry's newest buzzwords, designed to trick the American people into giving them what they want. And what do these industries want? They want to hoard more of our public lands, despite the fact that fossil fuel industry already has thousands of approved permits across 26 million acres that they aren't even using. They want to, quote, streamline permitting by stripping us of public input, the public's right to know, despite the fact that they already ignore and trample all over environmental justice communities. They want to fast-track drilling and mining projects. I'm on my time right now, sir. So they can make more money more easily, despite the fact that they are already raking in trillions by taking corporate handouts and ripping off the American taxpayers. They want Republicans to do their bidding to make it happen, which they seem all too willing to do. But no matter what happens, no matter what Republicans want, the American people have a different vision for the future, and that involves dealing with the climate crisis, continuing the momentum toward a transition away from fossil fuels, and making center in all discussions and legislative actions going forward. What does this do, and how does this abate, mitigate, and remediate the issues around the climate crisis? With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Now you're back.
We have some time for another round. If any senator wishes to stay for another round, I'd like to ask a few questions. First, since it's been mentioned in this hearing that some of us actually support carbon pricing legislation, I'll take it just as a point of personal privilege that I'm one of those. In fact, I'm the author of a carbon pricing bill, and essentially nothing of what Dr. Lewis said about carbon pricing is true as regards my bill. So you don't have to follow whatever his path is if you're actually looking at my legislation. And I want to make sure that's clear in the record of this hearing. Dr. Lewis, I also want to make clear your doctorate is in government, right? Not in science?
Correct.
Are you familiar with scientific research related to climate tipping points?
Yes.
Do you understand that, particularly as regards sea level rise, reaching certain climate tipping points can dramatically increase the risk and the rate of sea level rise?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
And that is, I don't see that reflected anywhere in your testimony. Your testimony makes no reference to hitting tipping points. Is that correct?
No, it does not.
Okay.
If you recall the fifth assessment report, I was going to explain why I didn't think it was particularly pertinent.
If you keep it brief, go ahead, but you're into my time and I have limited time, so go ahead.
All right, in the fifth assessment report, the IPCC said it was exceedingly likely that we would see any kind of ice sheet crack up in the 21st century. So we were dealing with issues in the next couple of decades, I thought, and I didn't see that it was entirely relevant. I did talk about tail risk at some point.
I'm going to reclaim my time here so I can talk to Ms. Michaud, who's my Rhode Island friend here. Warren, if you could just speak a little bit into a little bit more detail, because I know a lot of people are listening to this who live in coastal towns and have the experience that you're dealing with. You're dealing with very specific and practical things. You're dealing with Warren's waterfront economy, which for anybody in Rhode Island is a really wonderful waterfront economy with terrific restaurants and access points. You're dealing with flooded roads and infrastructure. You're dealing with emergency evacuation issues in other towns where the road that would get you out of Warren in emergency are themselves likely to be compromised by that emergency. And your biggest thing has probably been the water treatment plant, which, because of gravity, in a lot of places along the coast, is located down low right at the coast. Give us a picture of how that all fits together for you. And those will be our closing words.
Sure. So thank you for the question. We are dealing with a lot of those issues, especially the wastewater management system is a grave concern. As you mentioned, due to gravity, it is located on the coast in the lowest point of the town, which is the case in many towns or most towns. And the situation that we're encountering is that we've just done this major upgrade, which has been very costly, but it is only resilient to 3 feet of sea level rise. And unfortunately, when we look at the projections long term, looking at 2100 or even beyond then, once we get past that 3 feet of sea level rise, there really is no saving the facility. You can't build an island in the middle of the ocean. So we are looking at some major changes in the future to what our community looks like. Not only moving that facility, but also potentially buying out properties and moving the people away from harm, which is going to be a significant change for the town. I think the great thing about living in a town like Warren is the sense of community, and I would say that there's definitely a difference between surviving and living, and people want to live. And they want to live in a community where they can enjoy their neighborhood, they can enjoy their neighborhood businesses and their schools and their houses of worship. And climate change is really a threat to that. It's a threat to the sense of community that has existed in Warren for centuries. And we really want to see if there's anything that we can do to preserve that sense of community going forward while preparing for the eventuality of climate change.
Well, those are about as good a conclusion as I could hope for, so I'll end the hearing there. I want to thank the witnesses for appearing. The full written statements of the witnesses will be included in the record. For the senators who wish to file questions for the record, they're due by noon tomorrow, with signed hard copies delivered to the committee clerk in Dirksen 624. Email copies will also be accepted, and we ask the witnesses to respond to any questions for the record within 7 days of receipt. Without further business before the committee, the hearing stands adjourned. Thank you. Thanks, Director Young. It's great to have you here. Last year, OMB estimated that by the latter part of the century, federal spending on crop insurance, coastal disasters, healthcare, and fire suppression would increase by between $26 and $134 billion per year due to climate change. Put in terms of 10-year budget windows, which is the way we put things in this committee, that would result in between $260 billion and $1.3 trillion in additional federal spending, with a middle case estimate of around $700 billion in additional spending. Now, that estimate does not include a variety of other federal programs that would be affected by climate change disasters, including defense spending and infrastructure, and it does not include the effect that we've been hearing about in this committee's hearings of what are called systemic risks, when there's a whole economic meltdown associated with things going wrong. For instance, when property values crash in coastal or wildfire areas because the risk is uninsurable and properties are therefore unmortgageable, or the widely reported carbon bubble risk. Is it fair to say that OMB's estimate is a lower bound estimate of the budgetary risk of climate change?
I agree with that assessment. Your assessment that the expenditure impacts we have are an undervalue, are underreported here. One thing we have to do a better job here and in the private sector is incorporate what climate damages will mean for our expenditures in the future. I just met with some economists and outside organizations who do economic forecasting, so we can share information and figure out how we accurately build this into our economic forecasts in this country and into our budgets.
Freddie Mac's chief economist has suggested that a coastal property values crash is likely as a result of the sea level rise and storm risk, and that could cascade out into the economy in the same way that the mortgage wreckage of 2008 cascaded across the economy. How would you describe how well the federal budget did as a result of the 2008 mortgage meltdown?
We saw the impact of that meltdown. I think most people would tell you the economic scarring from that took years to recover from. Some say, we still see some of the weaknesses that crisis brought to bear. And it gave us some lessons we learned in responding to the COVID pandemic and the economic outcome of that, which we learned to go big and address those problems head on so we didn't see that scarring. But you're right, when you look at climate change and the potential for that level of crisis, if you compare it to the financial crisis of 2008, it could have sustained economic fallout for the United States and the rest of the global economy.
One of the things that my friend Kent Conrad used to point out when he sat in this chair years ago was that the only times we've successfully balanced the budget over the last 50 years have been when revenues accounted for 19 to 20% of GDP. If we go below that, we go into deficit, and if we are accruing revenues then at that level, then we've got the chance to have a solid budget. Under the president's budget, what share of GDP would revenue account for? And how does that compare to the last time we had a balanced budget during the Clinton administration?
So on average, the president's policies would bring in about 19.6% as a percent of GDP. And that's right in line where policies were, tax revenue was under President Clinton. As you mentioned, the last time we've seen budget surpluses.
And a time when the economy was doing very well.
Yeah, you also saw economic growth. And frankly, the investments we make here today is about growing the economy. We want more people in the workforce. Then you have to look at child care policy in this country. Can women and families enter into the workforce in a meaningful way? Well, most of them will tell you they need adequate child care in which to do that.
Last question. The president's Medicare tax proposal seems like it would both make our tax code fairer and extend Medicare solvency, which looks like a win-win to me. Could you comment on that?
Look, we will have disagreements about tax policy, I'm sure, a lot today. But the president's vision is clear here. There are billionaires, hundreds of millionaires in this country who pay a less effective tax rate than nurses, teachers, and firefighters. Some analysis has shown some billionaires have an effective tax rate of 8%. The president believes that is inherently unfair. He believes that the tax code needs to be changed to make sure that everyone pays their fair share in this country, not just working families. And we have several proposals in which to do that. Medicare, we have several proposals that would extend the Medicare Trust Fund by at least 25 years. The actuaries at CMS have put out a report, so don't take our word for it, that these policies would extend Medicare by one, making sure our net investment income tax, which was always meant to go into the Medicare Trust Fund, is actually going into that fund, making sure that those over $400,000 pay 1.2% more into Medicare, making sure that legal loopholes are closed so that people who are supposed to pay into Medicare actually pay into Medicare. The wealthiest have found loopholes. So those policies will extend the trust fund by at least 25 years.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Grassley, then Senator Murray.
Murray to start us off.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Appreciate that. And I want to thank the Chairman and Senator Grassley, Ranking Member, for holding this hearing, and also to our witnesses who are here today to talk about this. I really do appreciate this hearing today. It's given us the chance to dive deeper into the budgetary costs related to climate change, because this is costing billions, if not trillions of dollars a year. Because let's, I think, be clear, the climate crisis is here, it's expensive, and that is just the plain truth. In my home state of Washington, more than 65% of our population lives in coastal areas. And these communities are on the front line of this crisis. We have already seen in my state rising sea levels, increased flooding, and storm surge risk. It does real damage to our working waterfronts, to our community infrastructure, to our housing supply, and the coastal ecosystem that support our fisheries. And we know this will be felt unevenly depending on where you live and what resources you have available. So my first question is for you, Ms. Michaud, and thank you for your testimony. Can you talk about the types of investments that your town has already had to make to respond to and prepare for this coastal flooding, and how those assessments are impacting your current infrastructure decisions?
Sure. I think the biggest impact so far has been to our wastewater system. I referenced the wastewater treatment facility upgrade project, which was a $21.7 million project, which may not sound like a lot of money, but our total annual budget is just around $25 million. And the debt service on that debt for that wastewater project is approximately 18% of our annual operating budget, which is considerable. We have recently entered into a public-private partnership with a housing developer to upgrade one of our pump stations. The cost to elevate and refurbish that pump station was right around $4 million. We have 10 pump stations in total, so we have some work still to do. And we are also performing a number of what are called end-of-road retrofits. So we have roads that formerly went to the coast, straight down to the coastline. They are now flooding frequently at high tides. So what we are doing is working with engineers to pull the pavement back from the edge of the road, create kind of a soft barrier to eliminate the erosion that we're seeing. So those are costly projects, and there are many of them. We've completed, I believe, 4, and we have many more to go. So that's just a sample. We have a lot more infrastructure projects that we need to take a look at, and they do significantly impact our budget. It's a budget that is, like I said, very small. We're a small town, just over 11,000 residents, and those residents are already bearing the burden of that cost.
Well, thank you for that. And as an example about how this is actually straining communities in Washington State and the difficult decisions that are having to be made, the Quinault Indian Nation on the Olympic Peninsula in my state has already begun to experience the effects of sea level rise and in those intense storm surges we're seeing. They've had damaging floods and landslides and did a climate vulnerability assessment. And as a result of that, the tribe developed a very comprehensive relocation plan, and it involves relocating the tribe's lower village of Tahola to higher elevation because of the impacts they're seeing. That's going to involve an emergency evacuation center. It's going to move a significant portion of the tribal infrastructure inland away from the Quinault River and the Pacific Ocean that the tribe has always depended on for their sustenance as well. Last year, they did get a $25 million through our bipartisan infrastructure law to begin this costly process, and they are not alone in having to take a really hard look at what the current sea level rise is happening to communities around our country. And I think a lot of people are asking, how are we going to be able to avoid the loss of life and property and be able to make these investments? So, Mr. Eby, my question actually I want to direct to you. Talk to us about the budgetary impacts that such large-scale relocation efforts in the future could have for our communities and for our economy.
Yeah, thank you for your leadership on this subject and for the question, Senator. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, the Quinault Indian Nation is not unique in this situation. The managed retreat that's happening, where they're moving to higher land and the relocation of critical infrastructure and assets, is something that we're seeing in multiple states, and something that has to unfortunately take place when we look at the cost-benefit ratio of staying in certain places and the overall risk that is faced. So unfortunately, as this is not unique, it's extremely costly. When we look at the critical infrastructure that's involved, as I was talking about with Ms. Michaud, and what's going on in different counties and states across the state, it is extremely costly to undergo these versus just building in the first place to a standard that allows us to understand what will happen from risk today and into the future. So while unfortunately I can't give you a specific number on how managed retreat in these typical situations will cost us as a country, I can tell you that it's much, much more expensive to try and do these things retroactively than to actually manage these things from the beginning and use climate-adjusted forecast to then change building code standards or to make these decisions at the forefront.
Well, thank you very much. And again, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Absolutely. Senator Johnson.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to highlight the realities of the climate crisis as seen in my district and across the state of California. Earlier this year, Los Angeles County issued its first blizzard warning since February 4th, 1989. Unfamiliar wintry conditions resulting in up to a foot of snow with 80 miles per hour winds overtook many parts of Los Angeles County, leaving Californians with flooded homes and no power. In my district, the Baldwin Hills neighborhood was hit with a local state of emergency as a disastrous rainstorm demolished daily rain records from over 100 years ago, causing fatal mudslides. And today in Los Angeles, we suffered a tornado. This is not normal. I cannot stand idly by while Republicans continue to deny the validity of the crisis before us, seen firsthand by my district experiencing disastrous weather patterns not seen for over 3 decades. I have fought for the protection of our environment my entire life and will do everything in my power to work against the actions taken in this very room by my colleagues across the aisle to propagate the climate crisis that, if not addressed, will destroy Mother Earth and her inhabitants. We must take the lessons we are learning in California to heart because this is only the beginning. If this isn't a wake-up call,
time has
I don't
expired.
know what is. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
You know, actually, rabid is how dark money groups view Senator Whitehouse every day of the year.
We'll strike that for the record. We'll strike that for the record.
He's like the Jalbert of rabid.
Point of honor for me. I don't resent that description at all. But I am taking Marky's time, so let me yield it back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And obviously, the UN this week made it very clear that the world is now on thin ice, and that we have to do even more. So these regulations that the EPA is about to announce, they're our response. They're the answer that we have to have for light trucks, heavy trucks, for utilities, for mercury. You know, strong new regulations send the right signal to the rest of the world that we're serious about this, that we are going to be the leader, that we lost time during the Trump administration, but now the United States is back, not as the laggard, but as the leader. So it's just so important that those regulations be the strong regulations that the planet needs, given especially what was just announced this week by the United Nations. And as well, and we thank you, Mr. Regan, for your leadership. You understand better than any administrator ever how local, hyper-local, so many of the effects of pollution are, and that hyper-local air quality monitors can identify air pollution hotspots, empower residents with information about the problems and the solutions of the injustice of poor air quality, because we can't manage what we don't measure. I've been introducing, legislation for years on environmental justice, air quality monitoring, and a lot of funding was included in the Inflation Reduction Act in order to accomplish that goal. And the administration has already awarded over $53 million for 132 community air monitoring projects across the country, including New Bedford, Massachusetts. And as we know, it's tribal, low-income communities of color that have been living as sacrifice zones. And it's just so important for us to ensure that healthy air is no longer determined by zip code. So, Mr. Administrator, will the EPA have a strategy to ensure that additional investments outlined in your proposed budget to ensure air monitoring data can be used to address those sources of pollution and empower communities to take action?
Absolutely. The 2024 budget maintains that $100 million commitment for air monitoring. We're going to build on that with what we've received in the American Rescue Plan starting out, and then those resources in the Inflation Reduction Act. To your point, it is critical that these local communities have the technological ability to measure the air quality impacts that they're seeing on the front lines, feed that trusted data in concert with our state agencies' regulations to ensure that the permit reflects the adequate protection for the community.
Beautiful. And in terms of the budget that you have, you are the watchdog on the beat. Is the budget that you're submitting allowing you now at the EPA to build your workforce both through recruitment and retention so they can properly perform their incredibly important job of protecting the air we breathe and the water that we drink?
It is definitely putting us on the trajectory to do that. The percentage increase that we received last year was the first step. This year, I know 19% sounds like a lot, but when you look at the dollar amount and the needs of the agency, it's not. But it is positioning the agency to help this country stay globally competitive and keep up with the 21st century.
Thank you. And on PCBs, asbestos, lead, they continue to poison our schools, households, workplaces across the country. We absolutely have to provide the resources to make sure that we're focusing upon those issues. How necessary is this increased budget if we want EPA to actually be able to address toxic substances in communities and in our schools, as well as to get them out of our economy to begin with where they are completely unnecessary?
It's extremely important. I know that TSCA was a bipartisan victory that you and others hold high. I know that it was one of the more personal motivators for you. And when I think about an illness or illnesses that are caused by toxics like TCE, and the fact that we're just decades later finally getting to the point where we can propose the right kinds of protections, it demonstrates how much of an uphill battle controlling these hazardous toxics are. We need the workforce, we need the resources, and we're ready to do it.
Yeah, I only had 2 unions endorse me in my first race for Congress, and one of them was the asbestos workers. And Joe Zampatello Sr. died from asbestosis. Ultimately, that's why I was always interested in that issue. So to the extent to which, in the 2016 bill, Mr. Chairman, that passed on TSCA, it's just so important that we get the resources to the administrator so that that job can continue to be worked upon. And I might add as well something that's very near and dear to the heart of the chairman and myself. It's the climate bank that we know that you're working on to make sure that it's constructed in a way that will maximize the incredible potential which it has. And I want to thank you for working with us in terms of the construction of it so that it can ensure that every community in America has access to the tens of billions of dollars which can be unleashed with a climate bank that's properly constructed. So I thank you for working with us.
Absolutely, and we'll continue to work with you and your staff every step of the way.
Thank you, Mr. Administrator. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Markey, thank you, and thank you for
together. And we're going to continue to grow our enormous economic relationship as a foundation for both our nation's prosperity. We're going to continue to strengthen our economies, building them from the bottom up and the middle out. Yesterday and always, already Ireland draws its disproportionate amount of foreign direct investment from the United States of America. And the same is true for Ireland's investment into the United States of America, which is the 9th most significant investment of any nation in the world in America. You know, we share more than $1 trillion in bilateral trade and investment in 2021. More than 950 American companies, international companies, have international headquarters in Ireland, supporting hundreds of thousands of jobs. 700 Irish companies located in 50 states employ more than 100,000 people in the United States of America. And together, Ireland and the United States are building a future of greater economic dignity, one where rights of workers are respected and corporations pay their fair share. The global minimum tax will continue fair competition for investing while creating benefits for all our people. And I have no doubt that the thriving economic relationship between our countries is going to continue to grow. I'm grateful for Ireland's partnership in delivering this game-changing international agreement. Similarly, the deep connection that has always existed between our people and the land has translated into a commitment to fight climate crisis, to preserve our planet for future generations. The single existential threat to the world is climate change. We don't have a lot of time, and that's a fact. They're even recognizing, finally, everyone's recognizing America. I've flown over more territory in the United States since I've been president in a helicopter that has been burned to the ground than comprises the entire state of Maryland, equal to the entire state of Maryland. Ireland's famous 40 shades of green are being supplemented by green energy, green agriculture, green jobs. Make no mistake, the entire world sees and is drawn to the opportunities that exist on this island. The skilled workers, the high-tech infrastructure, the innovators who are breaking barriers, the connection and kinship you share, not just in the United States, but the countries around the globe. I know you all know it, but maybe sometimes we forget it. Ireland is a hotbed of cutting-edge science, research, and emerging technology that's going to influence so much of our shared future, for real. Working in partnership with Ireland, the United States, together with the European Union and like-minded parties around the world are going to ensure that those technologies are grounded in the same core values we have championed for so long: democracy, human rights, freedom of opportunity for everyone, not just for some, for everyone. You know,
Thanks, Senator Johnson. Well, let's talk for a minute about subsidies that might distort these markets. It seems to me that it's fairly elementary economics that the negative externalities from a product ought to be included in the price of the product in order for the proper market decisions to be made. I think that's basically Milton Friedman Econ 101. Does anybody disagree with that proposition? Okay, no evident disagreement. So if, and let's just go back, the most famous negative externality is, of course, pollution, is it not? Across the economic literature.
Are you including the negative externalities, Senator, attendant upon renewable, unconventional energy?
I'm asking the general economic question, whether we all agree, which we seem to, that negative externalities under basic market theory ought to be included in the price of the product so the market can work correctly. And if that's true, then if there are negative externalities that are not baked into the price of the product, it would seem to me that that would count as a subsidy. In fact, economists regularly refer to those socialized negative externalities as subsidies. That's a fairly standard proposition in economic literature, isn't it? Mr. Ramey?
Just minor distinction, you know, typically I think we would refer to unpriced externalities as an indirect subsidy, whereas a tax credit or a grant would be a direct subsidy.
Yeah, but a subsidy nonetheless.
Yes.
And that's widely accepted as the appropriate terminology in the economic literature, correct?
In environmental economics, the field that I know, yes.
Yeah. Dr. Simeonuk.
And if I may add, the International Monetary Fund, to put this into perspective, estimates about 1 trillion or even less in direct subsidies. In 22, they were above 1 trillion. But these indirect subsidies amount to $5 trillion. And I just want to add that our estimates about economic competitiveness do not take into account these indirect subsidies because, as you say, they aren't priced.
Yeah, in fact, I was going to raise that International Monetary Fund number myself. The most recent one that I have seen from the International Monetary Fund for indirect subsidy of fossil fuel just in the United States is $660 billion every year. That is a very, very big subsidy for renewals to have to climb uphill against. Is that part of Dr. Simeonuk? Is that the U.S. part of the number, the $5 trillion number you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks very much. Do you want to, I'm kind of, okay. Well, let me ask, I'd like to ask a series of questions of Mr. Zeichel, if you'd stand by for a moment. First of all, you seem to be agreeing that negative externalities under economic theory ought to be into price, and that when they're not, that's an indirect subsidy of the product whose negative externalities are not priced. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, reviewing your testimony, I'm just a little bit confused by it, and I'd like to go through some of the propositions. You seem to be saying on occasions that the Earth just isn't warming, that in 2015...
That's not what I said at all.
Well, you have a exhibit that says there are no significant trends in warming. You then separately say that there is, in fact, a 1.1 degree increase since 1880, and that roughly half of it is produced by anthropogenic sources, which I presume you mean fossil fuel combustion.
Well, much of it is fossil fuel combustion, not all of it.
You say roughly half.
Anthropogenic sources are man-made. Natural variability is not.
And you think that half of the 1.1% increase that we've seen
the available evidence
is
in
anthropogenic?
Literature suggests that about half of the 1.1 degree temperature increase since 1850 is anthropogenic. Yes, that's correct.
And of the anthropogenic, it's essentially all carbon combustion.
Well, no, it's not all. It's
essentially
some of it is agriculture, some of it is cement production. It's anthropogenic in the form of the emissions of greenhouse gases. It's not all
okay,
fossil.
I'll take that. Emission of greenhouse gases, not just pure CO2 combustion.
Right.
So as recently as 2020, you've said there's no consensus among scientists about climate science. Is that a proposition you will stand by here today?
About climate science?
Yep.
I don't even understand what, I didn't say that.
Actually, you did, and we'll get that information to you, but no point quarreling.
Where in my statement do you see that?
No, this is in 2020. It was in a document called A Critique of the House Republican Climate Policy Proposals.
There's no consensus on the equilibrium climate sensitivity of the climate system. In other words, if you emit another ton of greenhouse gases, what is the effect on temperatures after the climate system adjusts fully? There's no consensus.
So saying that one additional aliquot of carbon dioxide can't predict precisely a degree of temperature increase.
We do not.
That's a different thing than saying that there's no consensus among scientists about climate science. Would you concede that you may have overstated the proposition?
I would have to see what I said.
Okay,
Senator.
well, let's move on then, because we don't have that in front of us.
Fine.
In 2019, when President Trump said that global warming is a hoax, you said there is very substantial truth in that statement. What did you mean by saying that there's very substantial truth in President Trump?
I would be the first to agree
hoax?
that the precise use of language is not among Mr. Trump's political habits and mannerisms. What he actually said was a lot of it is a hoax. Now, the argument that...
Is a lot of it a hoax?
A lot of it is a hoax. Well, I don't know what a lot of it means.
Well, you're the one who said very substantial.
Pardon me?
You're the one who used the words very substantial.
Well, the argument that there's a crisis looming is a hoax. The argument that a U.S. net zero policy will make an appreciable difference is a hoax. There are lots of hoaxes in this debate. It does not mean that anthropogenic warming itself is a hoax. It certainly is not.
You said in 2015 that since the implementation of the Kyoto Protocol, the satellite temperature record essentially has been flat. Now you say 1.1 degrees since 1880, and half of it is greenhouse gas emissions, correct?
Well, the satellite record begins in 1979, not 1880, Senator.
You used the term 1880.
Well, that's the surface temperature record, not the satellite record. The satellite record begins in 1979, and then the question is, how do you interpret the changes in mid-tropospheric temperatures over the last 40 years? That's much more difficult, but there certainly has...
It was your intention in 2015 to convey the notion that global warming was not happening because the satellite temperature record was flat, right? What other point would you have been making?
No, there was a hiatus after the El Nino of 1998.
Gotcha.
Ending to something like 2014 or something. I have to go back and look.
So you meant that during there was...
That does not mean, Senator, that climate change or anthropogenic climate change, quote, is not happening. There are anthropogenic effects. There's natural variability. We don't understand the relationships between the two. And to say that the temperature is not changing over some short period of time does not mean that there's no anthropogenic warming. Of course,
I will agree with you on that very point. Thank you. I think that's wisely stated. And you concede that the 10 warmest years in the historical record have all occurred since 2010.
No, that's certainly not correct. That is certainly not correct. The argument that you see in the literature, especially from in the National Climate Assessment, that there's been an increase in extreme temperatures.
So this graph is not correct.
No, it is correct.
And are not the top 10 temperature years all up here in the last last 10?
I'm not sure which. I'm not sure what the base period is. I can't really read that chart very well.
Well, you should know it reasonably well because it's actually in your testimony.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm not sure if it's the same one. I have one very similar to it. It may be the same.
And does your one very similar to it also show that the top 10 years, the top 10 heat years,
I'm sorry, what?
The 10 warmest years in the historical record have all occurred since 2010.
I don't.
Your graph and this graph both show the same temperatures, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I have to go look.
Well, let me go on a little bit just to some of the things that you've said. Has the climate industry evolved into a totalitarian ideology?
Well, climate policy has evolved into a totalitarian ideology, controlling how people move, controlling the type of heaters they use, controlling the type of stoves they use, controlling the characteristics of the homes they live in.
You draw an equivalence in the statement that you said the climate industry evolved into a totalitarian ideology, is your quote, and you make a reference in that quote, in that passage, also to Benito Mussolini. What is the point of making a reference to Benito Mussolini in the context of the discussing what you call the climate industry?
You know, Mussolini's quote was that everything within the state, everything by the state, everything for the state, and we have arrived not far from the position in which everything is climate, everything is part of climate, and everything is driven by climate.
All right.
So it really is, I think, there is a certain totalitarian flavor at a minimum.
And to add to that, you've also compared environmentalist views as strangely reminiscent of Joseph Stalin's view of the difference between one death and millions. What is your point in trying to compare environmentalists and Joseph Stalin?
The environmental left has made no secret of its lack of caring about the deaths of many millions of people in the third world as a result of energy shortages and all the rest. They've been quite explicit about that.
Is that why you say environmentalists hate humanity?
Yeah, I do actually, yes. That is why I say that.
Okay.
Or left-wing environmentalists. I don't know that.
Well, let's talk about a non-left-wing environmentalist who's on this committee, Senator Graham. He suggested that Republicans should put together their own environmental plan as an alternative to the Green New Deal. You responded that he was embracing an anti-human world view and that the mere endorsement of a climate policy implies an endorsement of the climate crisis view. Was it your intention to compare Senator Graham with an anti-human?
Those are two separate statements, Senator. If fossil fuels are evil, then the factors that increase the demand for fossil fuels are also evil. Among them, prominently, are investments in human capital, healthcare, training, education, all the rest. If you really believe that fossil fuels are evil, then investments in human capital are also evil, and therefore...
Well, I don't think I've said that fossil fuels
I didn't say that you said
evil,
that,
but
Senator.
you have said that it's an anti-human world view.
Yeah, and I'm explaining why that is true.
Okay.
Okay, and what was
And
the second? What was
you're saying that Senator Graham is embracing that anti-human worldview by agreeing to work or try to develop a climate policy?
No, what I said about Republicans endorsing climate policies is that if in fact they endorse climate policies, then they implicitly or explicitly are endorsing the climate crisis narrative for which there's no evidence. And once you adopt that stance, there's no principle to defend against the most extreme policy proposals. I never used or thought that Senator Graham was anti-human in any sense.
Well, that's good, because he and I are friends, and I don't think he is either. Before you became, Senator Lujan is here, are you ready to go, sir, or shall I? Okay. Before you began to offer testimony in the arena of climate change, you were often consulted and offered reports and so forth by the tobacco industry. Is that correct?
No, that's simply not correct.
No, you were not part of the Tobacco Institute's stable of consultants?
No, Senator. The late Professor Bob Tollison, for 2 or 3 years running, received small grants from the Tobacco Institute to organize sessions at the Western Economic Association annual meetings on the general topic of whether or not tobacco taxes are efficient economically.
Well, I'll tell you what I will do.
Well, Senator, if you would let
Senator
me answer
Lujan
your
is
question,
here.
I'd appreciate it.
The question was quite simple. Were you paid by tobacco industry organizations or organized by them to provide testimony, including the Tobacco Institute?
Each year for about 2 or 3 years, yes.
Okay. Well, here's what I will do, because Senator Lujan is ready to go. I will review what I consider to be multiple occasions upon which you spoke for the tobacco industry against the regulation or taxation of cigarettes.
Well,
and I'll give you the chance in writing to relate what your role was on all those various occasions.
I just told you what the role was.
Yeah, and I'll give you the chance to put that in writing.
Very good.
Senator Lujan.
Thank you. I'm sorry, you're kidding. I'm sorry.
Look at you.
Anyway, all right. Good morning and good evening to all of you. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you to all of your excellencies for participating in this meeting of the Major Economies Forum on Energy and Climate. Before introducing President Biden, a very quick word on the progress that we have achieved together and on the latest urgent call from the world scientists to dramatically accelerate our efforts. This group has now come together 3 times under President Biden's leadership. The first time 2 years ago, we were on course for 3 degrees or more of warming, hotter than the planet has been at any time in human history. At the same time, new science made clearer than ever the catastrophic risk to nations and to nature of exceeding even 1.5 degrees of warming. When President Biden first reconvened the Major Economies Forum, we resolved together, all of us, to do everything in our power to keep that 1.5 degree limit within reach. We are now on a better course, though we are not yet where we need to be. The International Energy Agency advises us that if all the targets and commitments established to date at the various COPs are fully achieved, we could limit warming to 1.7 degrees. That is progress, the possibility. Yet our actions do not yet match our stated ambition. The policies presently in place still leave us on a path to 2.5 degrees of warming. So we must strengthen both our action and our ambition. And the latest findings of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change just last month made crystal clear that time is running short. The stark message from the IPCC cannot be overstated. First, the planet is warming at an unprecedented rate. Second, this warming is already impacting us in unprecedented ways. And third, the window for decisive action is very rapidly narrowing. The decisions we make now, the actions we take during this critical decade, will determine whether we stay within 1.5 degrees or venture dangerously beyond. Your presence here today reaffirms your commitment to build on that progress that we've made to date and to accelerate our efforts in the time remaining. It's my privilege to welcome all of you. It's also my privilege to work for a president who had passion for this issue as a parent and grandparent, and conviction and certitude about this challenge as a senator, as a vice president, and now as president. He has organized his entire government with a charge to treat the climate crisis as the existential challenge that it is. It's my honor to introduce President Joe Biden.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much for all of you being here. Good to see you all up on that screen. Today, we have to do more than recognize the climate challenges we face. Seems to me we have to recommit ourselves to action while we still have the time. John laid it out pretty clearly. We have to step up our ambitions. We're going to have to stand together and meet great challenges, and we will preserve our plan in the future. That's the question. I think we will. We think we will, but we have to. We're not there yet. History's going to judge us on how we answer these questions. And today, I hope we all answer them loudly and clearly as a yes. Yes, we're committed to following the science. Yes, we are determined to strengthen our ambition and our actions. And yes, we're willing to do the hard work to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. That's what today's all about. Committing together and candidly discussing how we can bridge the gap between our pledge to limit warming to 1.5 degrees and our policies. You know, over the last 2 years, I'm proud to say the United States has delivered unprecedented progress here at home. I've signed a thing called the Inflation Reduction Act, a piece of legislation we got passed, the single largest investment in fighting climate change in history, which will reduce the annual carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030. We made a generational investment in our nation's infrastructure to build our clean power and construct 500,000 electric vehicles and all across the charging stations. I think it's about 550,000, a little over 500,000 charging stations all across our nation for electric vehicles. And since we last met, the United States ratified the Kigali Amendment, which drastically reduces the production and use of the super potent HFCs globally. With these actions, the United States is on track to achieve a 1.5 degree aligned goal, cutting emissions by 50 to 52% by 2030. Look, you know, as we look forward to COP28, we all need to show up in Dubai with 2030 targets and actions aligned with the Paris temperature goals. We're already seeing the signs of what's to come if we don't. More severe droughts, more floods, seas rising, temperatures rising, weather instability, market unpredictability. Look, together, you know, we can't keep the goal of limiting warming to just no more than 1.5 degrees. It's within our reach. If we make progress on the 4 key things that we have to discuss today, decarbonizing energy, ending deforestation, reducing non-carbon greenhouse gas emissions, and improving carbon management. This morning or evening for many of you, I want to share with you how the United States is addressing these priorities and where I think we can come together to maximize our collective impact. First, decarbonizing energy. The United States is taking a bold action to put our energy sector on a path toward net zero emissions by no later than 2050. Through measures like our Inflation Reduction Act and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, we're investing tens of billions of dollars in the scale-up of new technologies like offshore wind, advanced nuclear, and clean hydrogen. We're building a clean transportation sector, from expanding to electric buses, electrifying our government fleet of vehicles, to providing new tax credits for making and buying electric vehicles. Just last week, our Environmental Protection Agency proposed new tailpipe pollution standards for light-duty vehicles like cars and SUVs and heavy-duty vehicles like buses and trucks, which together represent more than 20% of all U.S. emissions. Across our country, we stood with the CEOs of major car manufacturers and the workers who will build our clean transportation future, and they're all in. They understand, as clearly as I do, that this is an enormous opportunity. And we have to as we gear up for COP28, I encourage all of you to join us in our collective goal to ensure that at least 50% of new passenger cars and 30% of trucks will be zero emissions by 2030. Second, ending deforestation. Forests are the key to our future. In the United States alone, our forests absorb more than 10% of our annual greenhouse gas emissions. And as we all know, if we lose this natural resource, we can't easily get it back. In my own country, I've flown over more land that has been burned to the ground because of forest fires of late than the entire size of the state of Maryland, which is about the size of Belgium. That's why almost exactly 1 year ago, I signed an executive order to help prevent wildfires, preserve our forests, and protect our local economies that so often they support. Globally, we're doing the same thing. Today, I'm pleased to announce that I will request the funds so that we can contribute $500 million to the Amazon Fund and other climate-related activities over the next 5 years to support Brazil's renewed effort to end deforestation by 2030. The Development Finance Corporation is working with others to mobilize an additional $1 billion to conserve the Amazon and other critical ecosystems in Latin America. And I ask you to join us in working through the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership to mobilize additional investments to help end the deforestation around the world by 2030. Now, time to act is narrowing. Together, we have to make it clear that forests are more valuable conserved than cleared. Third, reducing non-carbon greenhouse gases. The Global Methane Pledge we launched 2 years ago with just 7 of our other countries in the European Union has grown now by 150 countries strong. And here at home, the United States is turning this pledge into progress. We're investing more than $20 billion in methane mitigation to do things like capping orphan wells, plugging leaks throughout our oil and gas sectors. All told, by 2030, these steps will reduce U.S. methane emissions from covered sources by 87% below 2005 levels. Today, I also invite you to join us in the methane finance spirit to raise at least $200 million by COP28 to help developing countries mitigate their own methane emissions. And I want to take a moment to encourage all the countries here to ratify and implement the Kigali Amendment as well, which would help us avoid a 0.5 degree of warming by 2100, a small number with huge implications. Fourth, improving carbon management. We have to address the carbon that can't be avoided or that's already in our atmosphere. My administration is investing in the design and development of technologies like direct air capture. Our investments will not only help reduce carbon in the atmosphere, to help lower the price of climate technologies for countries around the world as well by as much as 50% in some cases. But this is a collective challenge that we're going to require collective effort. So today, I invite all of you to join us in a new carbon management challenge with the goal of developing strong pipelines and critical projects by 2030. And look, the other thing is we're going to bring our plans to COP28, and I hope you will as well. Finally, I just want to say a few words about the urgent need to scale up climate finance. All of you know as well as I do, the impacts of climate change will be felt the most by those who've contributed the least to the problem, including developing nations. As large economies and large emitters, we must step up and support these economies. So today, I'm pleased to announce the United States is going to provide $1 billion to the Green Climate Fund. A fund is critical in ways to help developing nations that they can't do now. But it should not be the only way. Together, we need to strengthen the role of multilateral development banks in fighting climate crisis as well, starting with the World Bank. Because climate security, energy security, food security, they're all related. They're all related. I'm calling on development banks to scale up their lending for climate change, which will also accelerate the fight against poverty. Let me close with this. We're at a moment of great peril, but also great possibilities, serious possibilities. With the right commitment and follow-through from every nation in this room, on this call, the goal of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees can stay within reach. But it's going to take all of us, not just one of us, not some of us. That meet the moment, all of us. All of us have to be engaged. So today, I look forward to working with all of you to figure out how we can get it done, invest more, collaborate more during this decisive decade. John, I turn it back to you and thank you for recognizing me. Appreciate it.
California seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Green New Deal, which I'm proud to co-sponsor with Senator Markey and Representative Ocasio-Cortez. Now, we are in a climate emergency, and we must work together to fight back and build an economy for everyone. An economy that just doesn't meet the threats of climate change, but also directly invests in our communities. Everyone deserves safe water to drink, clean air to breathe, and a healthy place to live. And right now, we're not just failing the next generation, we're failing Americans today. This impacts all of us, from low-income communities who have been victims of environmental injustice to the millions of people whose livelihoods depend on agriculture. And we must be prepared to lead and understand the link between housing and climate justice. Our cities need active and green public transit and walkable neighborhoods. We can build a sustainable future and create good union jobs. Our country needs a Green New Deal, and I pledge to keep fighting for those values every single day.
Time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this resolution. My Republican friends continue to be in a state of denial for the climate crisis, the real and urgent sense that we have now. Last month in Houston, I had an opportunity to meet with 24 leaders of the renewable energy sector. They weren't concerned about rolling back the things that we've done. They wanted to accelerate it. The chairman and my Republican colleagues have spoken at length about the importance of increasing accountability for China's unfair trade practices and maintaining protection for American workers. It's interesting, though, that these same individuals voted against Democratic provisions to strengthen our anti-dumping and circumvention laws and reauthorize the Trade Adjustment Assistance in the American Competes Act. They all voted against the Inflation Reduction Act's provision to incentivize clean energy domestic manufacturing. And in fact, 2 days ago, they voted to repeal these provisions. This resolution would undermine America's hard-fought wins in the Inflation Reduction Act. There are problems. No doubt the Chinese are likely cheating. But President Biden struck the right balance by instituting a temporary freeze on these solar tariffs. This approach is how we fix the long-term problem. Importantly, he has said that he does not intend to extend the freeze beyond June 2024, and that he will veto this resolution if it gets to his desk. My friends on the other side of the aisle are concerned about working men and women. I would point out that the President's position is consistent with the leaders in organized labor, from IBEW, from Luna, the carpenters and operating engineers, people who represent these hardworking Americans, as well as organizations in the environmental community and the National Taxpayers Union. This is a 2-year bridge that gives the solar industry the time needed to reorient supply chains away from China and produce panels domestically. We can't do that overnight, but we're committed to making that change. For too long, the United States has lacked a cohesive, renewable energy manufacturing policy. As a result, we've outsourced far too much of our production. In 2021, there are only 7 gigawatts of domestic manufacturing capacity. That's the reality. But the Inflation Reduction Act marks a significant departure from those flawed policies of the past. This legislation bakes in domestic content bonuses in clean energy credits to incentivize the industry to onshore production. But that takes time. It also revives the advanced manufacturing credit and created a new manufacturing production tax credit. The Inflation Reduction Act has already led to the announcement of more than 45 gigawatts of domestic solar manufacturing capacity. Again, my Republican colleagues voted to repeal all those incentives just 2 days ago. Ending the President's temporary initiative would immediately institute high retroactive tariffs in the hundreds of percent that would hurt solar development, increase energy costs, and lead to a supply reduction at exactly the moment when the climate crisis means that we need to ramp it up. Many of us in Congress worked for years to achieve the policy victories contained in the Inflation Reduction Act. The clean energy tax credits are projected to reduce carbon emissions 40% by 2030, giving us a legitimate chance to meet the goals contained in the Paris Climate Agreement. We should resist these efforts to undermine this hard-won victory for America. I would encourage my colleagues to take a hard look at this legislation and then reject it when it comes before us for a vote. I reserve the balance of my time.
Coincidence for me that I get to follow my friend Senator Schatz on this topic to oppose the Solar Tariff Congressional Review Act effort that has been mounted on the floor, because I could not agree more with him that this particular episode playing out here on the floor of the Senate today is part of a larger scheme. We begin with the fact that across the United States, the solar industry employs 250,000 workers. It's a big deal. And these are well-paying jobs in an industry that saves families money on their electric bills and decreases our carbon footprint. So, of course, fossil fuel forces oppose it. And that's what we're stuck with now. This fossil fuel attack through this CRA, if successful, would lead to more than $1 billion in retroactive duties on American solar companies. It would cost us 30,000 jobs. It would cost us $4.2 billion in domestic investment. It would lead to the cancellation of 4 gigawatts of solar projects, and it would create an increase of 42 million metric tons of CO2. So, of course, the fossil fuel industry is against all of that. It's for the duties, it's against the jobs, it's against the investment, it's against the solar projects, and it couldn't care less about CO2. So the problem that we have here is that we are in a race against time to solve the climate problem before it gets out of hand. And in this town and in this building, one of the most dangerous things that we face is groupthink. And the current groupthink is that climate change is a manageable problem. It won't get out of control. I don't believe that to be true. I think climate change is extremely dangerous. Dangerous to our economy, dangerous to our ecosystems, dangerous to our well-being. And we're having hearings in the Budget Committee that showcase some of those dangers. The danger of a coastal property values crash that's going to be worse than the 2008 mortgage meltdown. The danger of a similar property values crash in the West, where wildfire risk will have the same effect on properties. The danger of an insurance meltdown because nature won't let insurance companies predict things any longer safely, so they can't insure them any longer because they can't predict, and you have a retraction of the insurance market and all of that means. And last of all, we've got a huge carbon bubble that we've been repeatedly warned is going to pop, and when it does, U.S. fossil fuel assets will be stranded, their value will go to near zero, and there will be an enormous global economic dislocation. These are ideas that have been put forward by huge insurance company executives, by Freddie Mac, by people who study the risk in wildfire areas, by the major sovereign banks of the world. Serious grown-ups are warning of these risks. And up against those serious grown-ups, we have the creepy front groups of the fossil fuel industry denial machine continuing to put poison and nonsense into our ecosystem, into our mental and political ecosystem. That has to stop. Groupthink is dangerous enough. More dangerous, there is a subgroup in the House and in the Senate that has stopped thinking entirely and is just taking marching orders from the fossil fuel industry. The conflict of interest could not be more apparent. It is obvious and plain on its face, and yet the money is there, the political dark money pours in, so they line up and follow them right off the cliff like lemmings. That is even more dangerous than groupthink. Last, this is not the only game that's being played by our fossil fuel industry folks. One of the other things that we're going to have to continue to work on, and what the SEC is working on right now, is what is called ESG requirements put out by corporations. ESG is environment, social, and governance. And what this is corporate America deciding that it's really important to its stockholders to make sure they are good citizens, and that the likeliest measures of bad citizenship will be bad environmental practice, bad social practice, and bad governance. And so they intend to clean that up. And they're experts who've looked at E and S and G to figure out what the best ways are for corporate America to avoid those risks. Well, all these warnings about what's happening with fossil fuel and with climate change that scientists have known about forever, they are now so real and so immediate that they are within the zone where a fiduciary, a corporation with an obligation to its shareholders, a bank with an obligation to its customers, has to take the climate danger into account. If you're writing 30-year mortgages, you got to look out 30 years, and within 30 years, climate looks like it's going to be a nightmare. So this risk is now real. It is on the fiduciary horizon. And the fossil fuel industry can't stand it. So they're trying to break the rules of the market. They're trying to undo ESG. They want the government to intervene in what corporations are doing to protect their shareholders and tell them the truth about market risk consistent with their fiduciary obligations. They want to break every step in that chain to protect their continued ability to pollute. So watch this ESG nonsense. The anti-ESG, so-called woke corporatism is a fake. It is a Broadway theatrical production minus being on Broadway and being in a theater. But it's got actors paid for by the fossil fuel industry. It's got script writers who are telling them what to say. It's got directors and producers who are driving the show behind the scenes. It is an operation. It is a fake. It is a piece of political theater. And we've got to be willing to push back against that, because you can't take these kind of chances with the climate risks that we are now facing. And by the way, this objection to ESG, it is never about the G. It is never about the S. It is always about the E, the environmental piece. And within the environmental piece, it is always about carbon emissions. That is a telltale as to who is behind the anti-ESG political operation that is ongoing in America right now. With that, I yield the floor. I hope we have a strong vote to knock this down. I'm delighted that President Biden is going to veto this. This would be self-harm if we were to allow this to happen to our country. Thank you. Yield the floor.
And let me ask about next week, Secretary Buttigieg, you're meeting with the transportation ministers of the 21 APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation countries in Detroit. What's on your agenda for that?
Well, I'm expecting a wide-ranging discussion. It's an honor for the U.S. to be hosting this year, and I'm honored to be chairing the transportation sessions, to sit down with my counterparts from around the Pacific region, countries ranging from Japan to Chile, who all have a stake in making sure that we cooperate where we can, even while we compete in some areas. There's tons of scope for cooperation. I expect climate will be a big part of the agenda, and making sure that we are approaching the future of transportation in a way that leads to benefits for safety, for sustainability, and for job creation in all of our economies is going to be a very lively topic of discussion. So really looking forward to that gathering. APEC is a unique body in terms of the range of economies that gather, and we'll be very pleased to gather with them for the transportation ministerial meetings in Detroit next week.
The gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition.
To extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to call on Congress to commit to paying its bills and ensure that the significant investments of the Inflation Reduction Act are protected. The Inflation Reduction Act is a historic investment that tackles the climate crisis and strengthens American energy security, all while lowering costs for families and businesses, creating millions of good-paying jobs for American workers, and delivering on a clean energy future for our children and grandchildren. But what does this mean for Ohio's 13th congressional district? It means because of the Inflation Reduction Act, my constituents can save hundreds, if not thousands of dollars every year by taking advantage of tax credits to promote clean and efficient energy. It means that in just the few months that I have served here in Congress, Ohio has already received millions of dollars through the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce climate pollution in our community so all people in Ohio's 13th district can breathe clean air and drink clean water and live in a safe and healthy environment. But despite these benefits, House Republicans are falsely claiming we only have two options: default on our debt and cause economic catastrophe, or default on America by slashing environmental spending and cutting clean energy jobs funded through the IRA. We must reject the majority's false choice. The clock is ticking. I will not allow partisan politics to threaten the livelihoods of people and families in Ohio's 13th district. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose is the gentleman?
His timing has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I thank you so much, Administrator Regan. I appreciate the work that you've done. I also wanted to give a little shout out to our regional administrator, Deb Shore, who I think has done a great job for the whole region. I'm from the city of Chicago, but the work that she did with the railroad crisis, I think, has been really exemplary. So I have a particular thank you for you. Illinois is number 2 in the country when it comes to lead service lines. And I really appreciate the fact that you have done, completed the review of the drinking water infrastructure needs survey. And as a consequence of that, Illinois is getting more money than we had originally been allocated, and that means so much. Chicago alone has over 400,000 lines that need to be replaced, so I want to thank you for that. I also just wanted to note that the International Panel on Climate Change put out such a dramatic warning to all of us. And I think all of our colleagues have to acknowledge that we are on the verge, if we don't take urgent action, immediate action right now, that we'll be unable to avoid some of the worst effects of climate change right now. So I am concerned right now that what we are seeing is that the Republican colleagues of mine have decided that there ought to be the repeal of the infrastructure reduction, what is it? Anyway, we're talking about problems of the reversal of bills that we have passed, and I am very concerned. I wanted to ask you about that. Yes, the infrastructure reduction, the Inflation Reduction Act would, if they had their way, include taking away the inclusion of the Methane Emissions Reduction Act and also the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act. And I want to ask you, what is the consequence to not only the EPA, but to our constituents and their health care and their jobs if those bills were repealed?
Well, I think we're working extremely hard on developing the framework for the $1.5 billion for the methane program. I think the industry has indicated that they want those resources to help with mitigation, to help with technical assistance, and so we're working very hard. That $1.5 billion is very important to the industry. I think when you look at the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, $27 billion that we are working with independent organizations to partner with the private sector to leverage those resources to invest in advanced technologies, especially those that will grow jobs, create an economy, but also grow jobs locally. There's a tremendous opportunity there. So these are economic and technology opportunities, just as importantly as they are human health opportunities as well. It will be a major setback, and I think that industry and many of our stakeholders fought aggressively to get those provisions into the IRA, and it would be a shame to see that taken out.
Do you have any estimate of how many jobs actually could be lost if these programs didn't move forward?
I'll circle back and have my team give you sort of a breakdown of what we estimate the job impact potential could be. We know that there is significant, especially when we think about being competitive in the 21st century. It's really significant.
Let me just also say how concerned I am if there actually were a great reduction back to a couple of years ago of funding for the EPA, what it would mean for our ability to save these programs and additionally to save our planet. So thank you very much for the work that you do. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, go outside. It's hard to breathe. The sun is darkened. The air smells of ash and cinder. Children cannot go to school or even go outside. An unmasked deep breath outside is a risk. On the East Coast, it's an ungodly, dystopian landscape, the stuff of science fiction, movies set in Martian landscapes, except it's right now and it's right here. This week, other than 9/11, New York City registered the worst air quality in the world. Climate change means more heat in the atmosphere with record high temperatures in Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto, and even Burlington, Vermont. These high temperatures get locked into place by record-setting high-pressure zones, making heat domes of sunny, hot weather that sit on top of the landscape, drying it out like an oven. More heat, less water, that's fuel for for fire. And we have seen it coming. Climate change has made this pattern more frequent and more intense. And if you don't believe me, if you don't think that this is a new phenomenon prompted by climate change, then ask yourself, when was the last time that New York or Philadelphia experienced something of this magnitude? It would be disturbing enough to call this the new normal, but it's not the new normal, because every year it's going to get worse until we tackle this problem head on. This isn't just a forest fire. This is a climate fire, because our entire climate is on fire. These wildfires are not just an occurrence. They are a condition, and the condition is only getting worse. Over the past 20 years, the area of land consumed annually by wildfires has doubled. In some parts of the West, that area is expected to grow sixfold, 6 times the fires, 6 times the smoke, which means harmful and dangerous air quality days for our youngest and our oldest, for those with asthma and respiratory disease and other health conditions. When trees die in a wildfire, they release the carbon that is stored within them into the atmosphere. In that sense, you could look at each burning tree as being a kind of a massive exhaust pipe spewing carbon up into the atmosphere and contributing to global warming. These fires aren't just the product of climate change. These fires are producing climate change. Additionally, once a tree fully burns, that particular tree is gone for good and can no longer reclaim atmospheric carbon and sequester it safely. Those of us who have been fighting the climate crisis for decades take no joy in being right. None of us can take a deep breath outside on the East Coast right now and not be at risk. But if we ignore this moment, if we don't take advantage of the searing example right in front of us, then we ignore a duty to act. Our public health is at risk. Our very lungs are at risk. There might be a veil of smoke outside, but let's not veil our sight to the need for climate solutions. Mr. President, there is no mystery here. When you superheat the planet and create searing heat over densely wooded forests, fires are not a surprise. They are the logical outcome of your actions. The future is here right now. Today we talk about fires. In September we will talk about hurricanes. In the winter we will talk about a polar vortex. And in the spring we will talk about floods and drought, before next summer when we will talk about fires all over again. Until we finally talk about the thing we should be talking about, which is how we reduce the emissions, end this cycle of self-destruction, and secure a safe and stable planet once and for all for everyone. I yield back, Mr. President.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Clark, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our ranking member Tonko. I thank our panelists for being here to testify for us today. And while I'm glad that this subcommittee is considering the importance of power plant emissions to ensure our constituents have clean air to breathe, I reject the premise of the hearing, that we cannot set our nation on a path to decarbonize the power sector without having reliable and low-cost electricity. The state of New York is a clear counterexample to the false Republican narrative. Our state passed the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act of 2019 and is now well on its way to achieving 70% renewable energy by 2030 without significant reliability concerns. If Republicans were serious about their concerns with reliability, they would commit to working with Democrats to modernize our nation's transmission infrastructure, which would immediately improve reliability and resiliency against extreme weather events and lower energy costs. My first question is to Mr. Duffy. In your testimony, you called the EPA's current proposal a reasonable approach in line with the power sector's trends, but note that it should be strengthened. I agree with the assessment. I was disappointed to see the proposal lack action toward peaker power plants, which in New York represent more than 50 fossil fuel power plants. Many of these have been operating since the 1970s or earlier and have little or no pollution control equipment to reduce emissions, and are located almost exclusively in environmentally overburdened communities of color. In what ways can this rule be strengthened, especially with regard to the nation's dirtiest power plants, and in ways to protect the most vulnerable communities from overlapping sources of pollution?
Sure. Thank you for that question. So there are two things that, it's early days in reviewing this big proposal, but there are two things that come to mind as far as strengthening it. One is, as you mentioned, the coverage of the existing gas plants. So EPA has proposed to cover those that are bigger than 300 megawatts and that are operating more than 50% of the time. That covers just 7% of the existing natural gas fleet, less than 30% of their CO2 emissions. The EPA has asked for comment on down to 150 megawatts and 40% capacity factors. That would move us up to 44% of all units, covering almost 80% of emissions. So there's a really big swing that can happen there, and we've been looking at that. The second is on timelines. It makes a lot of sense to have longer timelines for big pollution control technology, construction like CCS, but for things like fuels and efficiencies, we're looking at whether that can be done on a shorter time frame.
Thank you. It's important that when policy prioritizes polluters over public health, it's our most vulnerable community members, seniors, pregnant women, children, who are hurt the most. Further handcuffing our economy to fossil fuels does nothing but trap our frontline communities in unhealthy environments, as communities of color are often the ones bearing a disproportionate share of the impacts from pollution and climate change. I mentioned earlier that New York has led the country in setting emissions reductions goals and making actionable plans to meet those goals. For example, New York's peaker rule is expected to retire over 1,600 megawatts of fossil fuel peaker power plants by 2025, setting the state on a path towards 70% renewable energy by 2030 and saving countless lives caused by environmental pollution. However, I know not every one of my colleagues is blessed to represent a state that has taken significant steps toward climate pollution reductions. Mr. Duffy, EPA's proposed rule included necessary flexibility to account for the different resources and meet states where they are. What flexibilities are available to states to comply with these standards, and does that flexibility account for the need for grid reliability and resiliency?
Yes. So the way the Clean Air Act works, EPA sets emission guidelines for existing sources. The states then write their own plans. Generally, they have to have the standards be equivalent to what EPA has proposed. They can go stronger. They can also consider the remaining useful life and other factors of these plants and have less stringent standards. EPA is also taking a lot of comments on whether or not trading and averaging and different types of compliance programs could be equivalent with EPA's emission guidelines. So there's a lot of flexibility for the states to engage with local communities, with the power plant owners, and design a plan that works for them.
Very well. Thank you. I remain committed to ensuring my constituents have clean air to breathe and that we act with the urgency the climate crisis demands. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields.
I yield now to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Barragan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The EPA's new carbon pollution standards for power plants is important for the U.S. efforts to fight the climate crisis and to reduce air pollution in communities of color. 90% of the top 50 polluters are power plants that burn coal or gas. Many are in low-income communities and communities of color. Mr. Duffy, how will the EPA proposed carbon pollution standards benefit environmental justice communities?
Sure. So this is part of a whole suite of EPA actions focusing on local pollutants, hazardous pollutants, and this, of course, is focused on CO2, which has broad implications. But, of course, environmental justice communities are shouldering a heavier burden of the impacts. This rule also, has co-benefits that particulate matter and other pollutants that will impact public health. Also requires meaningful engagement during the state planning process.
Well, thank you. I can tell you that in my congressional district, doctors' offices and the clinics have asthma inhalers like stocked up in boxes because they are expecting more children there to come in who have developed asthma because of the air pollution and the impact there. Mr. Duffy, why is it important that existing gas plants were included in the proposed rule?
Yeah, thank you for this question. It's really important. First is because the Clean Air Act requires it. EPA set standards for new gas plants in 2015. That triggers a responsibility to set standards for the existing gas fleet. Second, in 2022, the gas fleet emitted 661 million metric tons of CO2. That's 43% of total sector CO2 emissions. Emissions from the gas fleet have increased by 65% since 2010. And third, not covering the existing gas fleet is kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul. You end up just leaking all of the emissions from coal and the other sectors that are regulated, and the existing gas fleet will just run more, and that's unacceptable when there is a pollution control that is cost reasonable and available.
Thank you. One of the concerns that I have is that only the largest gas plants that run the most frequently are covered. However, smaller gas plants that mainly run during the hottest summer months can cause unhealthy air in frontline communities. How important is it for our climate and environmental justice efforts for the EPA to strengthen the rule to cover more gas power plants?
Very important, and we are looking at that and will likely be advocating for expanded coverage. Right now, EPA is proposing to cover 7% of the natural gas units. They're requesting comment on covering a larger portion, and that would end up covering 80% of emissions if it was down to the lowest thing that they're taking comment on, which is, I think, 100 megawatts and 40% capacity factor.
Well, great, thank you. Mr. Duffy, there's also been support from the White House for a more ambitious timeline of 2035 for coal plants to curb emissions by 90% or retire rather than year 2040. Is a faster timeline feasible, and should this rule be strengthened to include it?
Yes, I'm trying to get the timelines right. I think if you for coal, if you retire by 2040, you need to install. If you retire after 2040, the compliance period is 2030. For gas, it is out to 2035. So with the gas fleet, yes, I think there are places where these big kind of carbon capture or hydrogen pollution control technologies will need time to build out, to construct, to get permitted, et cetera. But the other pollution standards that are associated with efficiencies and fuels, those can be done on a shorter timeline.
And Mr. Duffy, is there anything else that you have been asked today, or information that you think should be shared with the public?
No, I think the agency is doing exactly what the Supreme Court told it to do. It's basing reasonable standards for the biggest polluters on traditional inside the fence approaches that are going to cause these power plants to operate more cleanly and protect public health.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your work. I'm a big advocate for environmental justice communities to make sure that we all have access to clean air and to be able to breathe clean air. We've seen the health impacts. I've heard from constituents and people across the country who just want to breathe clean air and who are seeing the impacts to climate and these emissions. So thank you. With that, I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had this discussion about dark money, and my colleagues have pointed out there's a lot more dark money on the left than the right. What I find interesting is that if you take the assumption that disclosure is, and I think the chairman used, the sunlight is the best disinfectant, then we should simply have all political money be disclosed, where it comes from, and the citizens can decide on what impact that has. And we have legislation like that the chairman has sponsored. We voted on it 3 times. And I would invite my colleagues across the aisle to join us in ending dark money on both sides. It's quite interesting that if, in fact, there's more dark money on the left, that it's only one side of the aisle that wants to end dark money. That sounds like a pretty principled position to me in betterment of the integrity of our campaign system. Now, Dr. Oreskes, my understanding is that Exxon worked with public relations firms to have strategies like saying it's committed to the depth and breadth of climate solutions, that it wanted to reframe itself as an energy company rather than a gasoline or fossil fuel company, that increased its favorability by 10%, that it put forward that it's strongly aligned with Paris, all of which is a way of saying, hey, folks, don't pay attention to our massive fossil fuel undertaking. We're somehow a good guy. Is this the basic strategy of Exxon and other major fossil fuel companies?
Yes, it is, and it's what we've sometimes referred to as misdirection, to try to distract attention away from the basic facts into some distracting issue. So it is true that ExxonMobil, Chevron, and other companies, other oil and gas companies, have sometimes spent small amounts of money on renewable energy. Most estimates show that it's less than 2%. But in their advertisements, for example, they're often very much focused on renewable energy, even though 98% of their commitment is the continued development of oil and gas. And we know from the work that's been done by the IPCC and others, the IPCC and scientists have introduced the notion of a carbon budget. It's the idea that there's a certain amount of oil and gas that we can use without essentially derailing the planetary climate. But nearly all of these groups, including the IMF, by the way, have said, and the International Energy Agency, that this would require not developing new resources of oil and gas. We can use a fair amount of what's still existing, but not searching for new oil and gas. And yet ExxonMobil, Chevron, and all of the major oil and gas companies are continuing to explore for and develop new oil and gas reserves that will commit us to burning fossil fuels for 50 years.
I want to turn to that carbon budget idea. The idea is this is how much we can burn before we hit 1.5 degrees, and we're already here, pretty close to it. But there's some space left. But the last analysis I saw said that the amount of carbon already in kind of the affirmed assets of petroleum companies is 200% more than what will take us from here to 1.5 degrees, and is 40% more than what would take us to 2 degrees. In other words, if we bring out of the ground everything that has already been identified in the reserves, we shoot past 1.5, we shoot past 2 degrees. Is that a fairly accurate presentation?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
And if we keep developing new sources, then essentially what we're doing is we're committing ourselves to a path of warming that goes on for the generations to come to be much more than 1.5 or 2 or even 3 degrees. I come from a state that's burning up with forest fires. We've lost our average snowpack by 20 feet over 90 years, and it's kind of a striking decade-by-decade drop analysis. Our farmers are really hurting as a result of loss of groundwater, which isn't recharged as fast, less spring melt-off, so there's less water, less rain, severe drought. And so I know that for many of my colleagues that say, well, these are speculative studies about what will happen, 50 years from now or something, but the farming, the fishing, and the forestry are being severely impacted in my state right now, just in my lifetime, really within the last 20 years. And so how urgent is it that we really have to get past the kind of the greenwashing or the political messages and act now?
Well, I think it's absolutely urgent. And as I think we've already said today, we've lost 30 years. I mean, President Bush signed the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1992, and that's a long time. If we had started working seriously on this problem at that time, we could have developed many of the large-scale energy infrastructures for solar, for wind, for storage, for demand response pricing, many of these solutions that we know work.
And
that
if
are
the U.S.
affordable.
keeps doing new fossil projects, doesn't that essentially give the rest of the world a free pass to say, hey, you already burned much of the carbon budget that has been burned already. Why should we stop our coal or our fossil methane gas or our oil if the U.S. is still doing new infrastructure?
Well, exactly, and that's exactly what China and India are saying.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This 3rd of July, we passed a milestone. It was the hottest day ever recorded on planet Earth. The next day, the 4th of July, was again a record-breaking day, as the hottest day ever recorded on planet Earth. Just 2 days later, global temperature records was broken once more. In fact, our planet reached the hottest day ever recorded 4 days in a row last week. For millions of Americans who are unable to access shelter or air conditioning, this past week was deadly. At least 14 people died in Texas and Louisiana, and hundreds were sent to emergency rooms. In my home state of New York, flash flooding 2 days ago left one person dead and entire neighborhoods flooded. This is the climate crisis, and this is just the beginning. It is for this reason that immediate and bold action is necessary to rapidly decarbonize every single sector of the U.S. economy. Coal on public lands has an especially big role to play in this energy transition. Coal creates the most carbon pollution of any energy source. Today, we get about 25% of our electricity from coal, but coal accounts for 55% of the electricity sector's emissions. Over 40% of all coal mining in the United States happens on public lands, and the vast majority of this coal is burned for energy production. In fact, the U.S. Geological Survey found that the federal coal program alone is responsible for 13% of our total greenhouse gas pollution. I'll say that again. The federal coal program alone is responsible for 13% of our total U.S. greenhouse gas pollution. It's clearly time to end all new federal coal leasing on public lands and invest in domestic renewable energy production. As part of this transition, however, we must ensure that we are not simply trading coal barons for solar barons. We must make sure that new jobs are good union jobs and that miners and mining communities are given what they are owed. Miners not only supplied American industry and energy for more than a century, they literally fought and died for workers' rights in this country at a time when union busting was enforced by private militias. I urge everyone in the room who's unfamiliar to look up the Ludlow Massacre or the Colorado Coalfield Wars to understand just a piece of this history. During the New Deal, it was coal mining organizers who led the way in the founding of the Congress of Industrial Organizations and the unionization of not just coal mining, but sectors like automobiles, steel, and electricity. It was these coal miners who formed the core of the New Deal coalition and built an economy that worked for millions of Americans. Any one worker today who has a pension or a union or a weekend owes some thanks to a coal miner, and our coal miners must be first in line for new jobs in the green energy economy. My colleagues across the aisle often point the finger at President Biden's administration's policies, saying that they are hurting coal jobs. But the truth is that coal production has been in decline for over a decade as the free market moves to cheaper, cleaner forms of energy. We know that there is only enough federal coal under lease today to support around 20 more years of mining at current levels. We'll hear from one of our witnesses today about how the development of metallurgical coal, which is used for steel production, not electricity generation, represents an opportunity for workers in Alabama. Nearly all metallurgical coal in Alabama comes from private lands, so this testimony is likely related to a proposed lease from the company Warrior Met to produce metallurgical coal on federal land, which is currently under environmental review. But the idea that this project will spur the local economy is spurious. In a break from tradition, Warrior Met has not even approached the union for this new mine. This isn't surprising, as Warrior Met spent the last 2 years fighting with striking workers in Alabama, the longest strike in Alabama history. Rather than spending money on good union local jobs, Warrior Met has chosen to spend it on billboards in West Virginia to hire scab workers. Coal communities do not deserve empty promises from coal barons. They deserve opportunity and diversified economies, and they deserve to be first in line. This administration created the Energy Communities Interagency Working Group to deliver federal resources to help revitalize America's coal communities. Last Congress, we passed billions of dollars to create good-paying jobs, spur innovation and economic revitalization, and clean up abandoned mine lands through the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the CHIPS and Science Act. I and my colleagues are working tirelessly to ensure that this historic investment reaches the people who need it most. This transition will not be easy, but it is essential, and the future of our planet and every single working American depends upon it. And I yield back.
Mr. Secretary, it's a pleasure seeing you. It's a pleasure knowing that you're in this administration. And I mean that quite sincerely. I'm often disappointed in this administration. I'm not necessarily in lockstep with all of your opinions, but you and I go back a long way of trying to do the right thing. First of all, I wanted to get a figure you gave that I may have miswritten. You predicted, you didn't give the amount they have today, but you predicted 2,200 gigawatts in China by 2030. Is that accurate?
That's what our current estimates are showing. This comes from a number of different sources, but it could be more, it could be less.
But today, how many gig do they have, roughly?
Let me get back to you. I was actually talking with folks about that yesterday, and I couldn't get it pinned down, but I'll come back to you with a number.
Okay, yeah, it'd be good for me to have that because that's a lofty goal, but as you and I both know, you go to China, you see a lot of amazing, cranes. But then when you go back, you see the cranes in the same position. So it doesn't always mean that they're doing what they say they're going to do. In 2021, you said that you told this committee that trusting China in climate change promises would be stupid and malpractice. Without directly using that quote again, would you generally agree that it still would be malpractice?
I think trusting a lot of the players who've been involved in this, in government and also private sector, is not the smartest thing in the world because we've been burned.
Now, China is a country that buys all of the above, no question at all. They buy a massive amount of ours and the rest of the world's coal. They're increasing their coal. They're buying natural gas. They're putting in nuclear. And as you said, they're doing some work, considerable work in the photovoltaic that they produce. But India has a tendency to continue burning both dung and coal. You're going to China, but we had the head of India here for a joint session just recently, and he said a lot of great things, but he didn't say we're going to buy natural gas or do other incremental things to reduce the carbon footprint. Are we dealing with two problems, a China that it's malpractice to believe that they'll do what they say they'll do, and an India that constantly seems to say they're too poor to do what they should do to do any part of climate change reduction?
Well, interestingly, Congressman, and thank you for your comments, we have enjoyed working together on a number of things. India has set a very lofty goal of trying to deploy 500 gigawatts of renewable energy by 2030. That's their goal. And if India could succeed in doing that, India would be in compliance with the effort to keep, that would be a 1.5 degree plan. That would be really
and I understand that, Mr. Secretary, but if, for example, if India had simply switched its coal production to natural gas, they would have reduced more than that amount, and they would have done so at a lower cost. So isn't it fair to say that India sets lofty goals like China, but actions speak louder than word? So far, they're acting.
Well, India is deploying. They're deploying. Their hope is to deploy, and their hope is to close coal. Now, they can't afford. They don't have LNG, and they.
Well, they don't have LNG because they haven't built the plants or signed the contract.
Well, that is true. But on the other hand, they can't afford to do that on their own. They weren't able to at that point in time. India is growing now. Its economy is growing. The visit here produce some significant joint initiatives going forward. I am actually going to India before the end of this month to follow up on the conversations we had with both the Prime Minister being here, but also before that with some of his other
Okay, and if I can squeeze in one more quick question. You know, you're going to meet in China with a number of leaders, but the president Xi Jinping called him a dictator. Do you believe he wields the power of a dictator today in China? Meaning, is his ability is similar to Putin's ability to affect what he says he will do, such that if he makes a promise, he can keep it?
There's no question at all that President Xi is the major decider of the direction and of the policies of
Is he
China.
in fact effectively a dictator?
Well, I'm not. You know, I don't think it's useful to get into. I'm not going to get into.
But he does wield the power of.
He wields enormous power as the leader of China. Absolutely, and everybody understands that. But I don't. You know, it doesn't.
Do you wish the president had used another word?
No, I don't even. I just, frankly, all of that is sort of like water off the duck's back, and I don't think we ought to get tangled up in, you know, labels and names and whatever. What we ought to do is look at the heart of what we're trying to do. President Biden actually has a very good relationship with President Xi, and President Xi vice versa. I think he honors the relationship he has with President Biden, and I think in Secretary Blinken's visit to China, and subsequently in Janet Yellen's visit with China, where you saw in her own statements publicly and assessments, there was frank conversation. But the effort is well underway now to try to stabilize and avoid conflict by virtue of unforeseen consequences or mistakes.
Chair now recognizes. Mr. Chairman, can I just ask one follow? It doesn't require, but would you commit, when you have had those meetings with India and China, to, in writing or in some other way, report back to us so we have an update on the
Sure,
effect
be
of
happy
those?
to.
I thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Issa.
You know, we all must summon the common will to actually address the existential threat of accelerating climate change. It's real. It's serious. We don't have a lot of time. It is the single greatest threat to humanity. It's only by working together that we'll prevent the worst consequences of climate change from ravaging our future and that of our children and grandchildren. We also have to recognize our shared responsibility to help unlock the enormous potential that exists in low and middle income companies around the world, not out of charity, but because it's in our own self-interest. We all benefit when more partners stand together working towards shared goals. We all benefit when people are healthier and more prosperous. And that's not, again, hyperbole, it's true. We all benefit when more entrepreneurs and innovators are able to pursue their dreams for a better tomorrow. You know, so we need to update our tool set to better address the needs of today in this interconnected world. A world where climate disasters, pandemics, conflicts spill over borders, make it harder to address the challenges of poverty and instability that hold so many people back. That's why the United States is leading an effort to transform the multilateral development banks, like the World Bank, help them better address the global challenges while enhancing their core mission of reducing poverty and boost shared prosperity. We're all working together with our partners in the G7 to address the enormous needs for high standard infrastructure around the world, especially in low and middle income countries in Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia. It's a statement about the world we want to build together. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand at an inflection point in history, where the choices we make now are going to shape the direction of our world for decades to come. The world has changed. Will we turn back naked, unchecked aggression today to deter other world would-be aggressors tomorrow? Will we staunch the climate crisis before it's too late? Will we harness the new technologies to advance freedom, or will we diminish it? Will we advance opportunity in more places or allow instability and inequality to persist? How we answer these essential questions is literally going to determine the kind of future our children and grandchildren have. And again, that's not an exaggeration. It's a fact. It's going to take all of us, all of us. I believe that with ambition, with confidence in ourselves and one another, with nations working together for common cause, we can answer these questions. We can ensure the vision we share and the freedoms we cherish are not just empty words in a troubled time, but a roadmap. I mean this literally, a roadmap, a plan of urgent action toward a future we can reach, and reach if we work together. Folks, the road that lies before us is hard. It will challenge us, summon the best of ourselves, to hold faith in one another, and never give up, never lose hope, never. Every day we have to make the choice. Every day we must summon the strength to stand for what is right, to stand for what is true, to stand for freedom, to stand together. That, my friends, is the lesson we learn from history and the history of Lithuania's story. You know, it's a lesson we see demonstrated each day, and it will determine what the Ukraine looks like. And it's how we're going to work, how we rewrite the future of peace and hope, justice and light, liberty, possibilities for everyone, everyone, everywhere. Folks, some have heard me say to my country many times, never, ever in my entire career been more optimistic about the prospects of the future. Never, never. So let me just say thank you for taking the time to be here to listen. God bless you all, and may God protect the freedoms of the protectors of freedom in Ukraine, here, in every nation of the world, everywhere. God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. But I'm going to ask you to applaud again for Vernice, please. Can we please? Really? Because, you know, Michael Regan and I have talked about this as we travel the country. And there is so much about what we are accomplishing in these last 2 years with the work we have done that really is about answering the calls but I mean that in all seriousness, answering the demands, answering for Vernice over 30 years, and so many other leaders who are here and around our country who have been talking about and shouting about and organizing about and leading about the need for us to take seriously the health and the safety and the well-being of all communities. It is leaders like Vernice who talk about places like Baltimore, who understand the capacity of the community, as well as the needs of the community, as well as the dreams and the desires of the community. So I stand here before you as Vice President of the United States, proud to make the announcements we are making today, which are historic, and I am very clear. I stand here on the shoulders of people like Vernice. And her decades of work and leadership in the fight for environmental justice. So it is good to be back in Baltimore. You know, I'm from Oakland. Baltimore is like home to me. And it is, of course, wonderful to be here with my friend, with my colleague, the EPA Administrator, Michael Regan, who I have to tell you, because he and I have been working very closely, like I said, traveling around the country. He is extraordinary. Vernice talked about it, and you can see when he talks. He is truly committed, and he is bold, and he is relentless, and he is tireless, and he is ambitious about the rights and the responsibilities that we have to respond to the needs of the American people. Michael, it's such a joy to work with you. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you. And it is also wonderful to be here with when I was in the Senate, my Senate classmate, Chris Van Hollen. Thank you for your leadership. Chris is always saying, come back to Baltimore, I'm here. Senator Tom Carper, a great, great leader, a great friend to the president, and one of the people who is responsible for being a leader in the state Senate, in our national Senate in the Capitol on this issue, as well as Senator Ed Markey, all the way from Massachusetts here because of the work that he has been doing tirelessly for years and years. He and I talked about a similar announcement that we made together in Boston. Congressman Frank Pallone, where are you? Thank you for your work. There he is. Again, a long way from home, but here because this is about national impact, this work we're doing. And of course, Congressman David Trone, thank you for your leadership in your work. And I also want to mention the governor, Wes Moore. He's out of state at the moment, but he wanted to be here and he's doing incredible work, and I want to applaud his leadership as well. And I want to thank this audience and all of the folks who are here, if not in person, but because of their work, they are here and present with us. In particular, the students, the activists, the union workers, the elected officials, everyone who is here, the mothers and fathers and grandmothers and grandfathers and aunties and uncles and all of the leaders who have participated in a day like today. I want to thank you for your leadership and your partnership in taking on one of the most urgent matters of our time, this climate crisis. So every day, all across our nation, we feel and see the impact of the climate crisis. I mean, if you watch the morning news, it will be the lead story. It's been every day for the last couple of weeks. It is the lead story. I think we finally, at least in our progress, come to the point that most people can no longer deny it because it is so obvious. And we have seen around our country where communities have been choked by drought, have been washed out by floods and decimated by hurricanes. Here in Baltimore, you have seen your skies darkened by wildfire smoke. And you have seen the waters of the Chesapeake Bay rise, threatening homes and businesses that have stood for generations. It is clear that the clock is not only ticking, it is banging, and we must act. As Vice President, as I said, I've traveled across our nation to speak with thousands of Americans about this crisis. I have met with students and entrepreneurs, small business owners, community leaders, nonprofit leaders, labor leaders, folks with new approaches to reduce our emissions and accelerate our clean energy transition. But folks who often do not have access to the funds they need to make their ideas a reality. And that is a problem. For years, one of the missing pieces in our strategy to fight the climate crisis is that we have not invested at scale in community climate action. For years, the people of the community, folks who know what their neighborhood needs and how to provide it, have not been given adequate resources to implement climate solutions that match the magnitude of the crisis we face. And that's why we're here today. And that's why we're here today. Today, I am proud to announce the largest investment in financing for community-based climate projects in our nation's history. It's a good day. And one of the reasons that it is so significant is because we also, frankly, we got to make up for some lost time. So by dramatically accelerating our work, we know we can lower emissions. And we will do that by providing $20 billion to a national network of nonprofits, community lenders, and other financial institutions to fund tens of thousands of climate and clean energy projects across America. So here's what that will mean. Okay, so imagine, for example, the construction companies that build affordable housing here in Baltimore. that because of this investment, will now have the capital they need to install energy-efficient appliances in new units, to lower energy use, and to help tenants save on their electric bills. Imagine, for example, the small business owner who will now be able to receive 0 interest loans to electrify their fleet of delivery vehicles so we can reduce pollution and save on gas. Imagine, for example, right? Imagine, for example, the house of worship that will now be able to have access to loan guarantees so they can install solar panels on the roof of their building to generate affordable, clean electricity for the entire neighborhood. Imagine. You know, when President Biden and I took office, we set an ambitious goal, yes. People said, that can't be done. We said, well, you know what? We believe in dreaming with ambition and then seeing it through. And so we set an ambitious goal to cut our greenhouse gas emissions in half by 2030 and to reach net zero emissions by 2050. The investment we are announcing today will help us to achieve these goals, and it will do so much more. Because think also about the impact on not only the local economy, not only on an investment in the entrepreneurs and innovators from and in the community, think about the impact on something like public health. When we invest in clean energy and electric vehicles and reduce population, more of our children can breathe clean air and drink clean water. Think of the impact on family budgets. When we help folks upgrade their heating and cooling systems, we lower the cost of electricity, which means lower energy bills for working parents, so they have more money for groceries and home repairs and school supplies. And think of all the jobs that these investments will create, including many good-paying union jobs. Jobs, for example, for the workers of IBEW who will install energy-efficient lighting. Jobs for the sheet metal workers who will replace gas furnaces with electric heat pumps. Jobs for the laborers who will build net zero housing. Right. So understand, when the president and I invest in climate, we intend to invest in jobs, invest in families, and invest in America. And this investment is also about a partnership with the private sector. You know, my whole career, I have believed in the power of public-private partnerships. I've seen how much more we can accomplish when we combine the experience and expertise of the private sector with the reach and the scale that only government can provide. And as the business leaders here today can confirm, this investment is an incentive, this public investment is an incentive by design for billions more dollars from the private sector. And in all this work, we have put a special focus on communities that have been historically left out and left behind. The climate crisis impacts everybody, but it does not impact all communities equally. Poor communities, rural communities, Native communities, and communities of color are often the hardest hit and the least able to recover. So let's be clear about that. The least in terms of where investments have been made in mitigation and adaptation, the hardest hit, and the least able to recover. So to address this inequity, nearly $12 billion of this funding we're announcing today will be invested in overlooked communities. Yes. It's time. It's time. It's time. So including in this vision of how we think of the best way and the fastest and most effective way to get the resources to the community, we are working specifically and intentionally with community banks. Why? Well, because everyone here probably knows community banks, by their nature, are run by people who live and work in the community. People who know firsthand the incredible potential in the place they themselves call home. They not only know the needs of the community, they know the capacity of the community, they know the dreams of the community, they know the ambitions of the community. And that's the kind of vehicle we need to actually think about how we will get these billions of dollars to the folks who know what to do with it. As the United States Senator, I helped secure $12 billion for community banks, and as Vice President, I have made community banks central to our economic agenda. And because of the unique role that community banks can play in addressing the climate crisis, we made sure that they are eligible for the funds that we are announcing today in a significant way, so that more small businesses around our country have opportunity to join the clean energy economy. And so I'll close with this. Last month, I met with a group of young climate activists in Colorado. And it was a group of high schoolers who organized thousands of students. And they made Denver Public Schools one of the first school districts in our nation to adopt a climate action plan. These young leaders were phenomenal. And they were bold, and they were not listening to no. And look, I like to say I eat no for breakfast, so I get it, right? And these young leaders, of course, like all the young leaders who are here and the youngish leaders who are here, we know we don't have time to waste. They knew that. And so they weren't sitting around waiting for somebody else to get it done. They led, understanding the profound challenges that we face. And yet, I will tell you about them. They had incredible hope and optimism and joy about what is possible in the work that is being done. And I do believe it's because they, like we, know that we have time to make a difference, but we got to get on with it. And so let us share their hope and recognize that when we work together, when we invest in our communities, when we take action, we will meet this moment and build a better, cleaner, healthier future for generations to come. May God bless you, and may God bless America. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Cleaver, who is also the ranking member of the subcommittee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I love my grandmother, both my maternal and paternal grandmother. My maternal grandmother, I loved spending the night over there because I could make no mistakes and could do nothing wrong. The only problem I had is when she wanted me to go to the store, which is not a bad thing, except that I had to pass by Miss Naz's house. And Miss Naz had a Rottweiler. And I explained to my grandmother over and over and over and over that I was scared of that Rottweiler, whose name was Satan.
Oh.
And so she said, you know, don't worry about the Rottweiler, just don't look him in the face, just walk by. She didn't tell him that because he tried to climb the fence on me every time. And so I learned the lesson that ignoring something won't make it go away and will not make it friendlier. And if it can get out, it will be Satan on this whole planet if we continue to ignore climate change. Ms. Nagy, there's a growing concern about the lack of capacity in the insurance and reinsurance markets and the downstream impact it's having on consumers and property owners, mainly through massive cost spikes, coverage limitations, and exclusion of risk. Even worse, The problem is reaching crisis levels and has begun to raise serious alarm across the entire financial system, with trillions of dollars in uncovered and uncoverable risk. How do we stabilize the situation and prevent massive exposure to taxpayers in the wake of these disasters?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman. You know, I think at this point, this week as I testify before you, I live in upstate New York, and my neighbors in upstate New York and Vermont are facing the heartbreaking loss of life, devastation of homes, businesses, and beloved local institutions, all from an unusually severe rainstorm. You know, I think we can say that this is no longer an issue that, is a hypothetical. It's here right now. I mean, we all saw this very House building shrouded in wildfire smoke from the devastating Canadian wildfires that burned a greater area than any previous year on record, even before the wildfire season had began. And not to mention that we just went through the hottest June in recorded history. Financial regulators and institutions must manage and mitigate climate financial risks, not simply push the costs off onto consumers. Many lenders and insurers are contributing significantly to the climate crisis by internalizing short-term profits through their investments. Financial regulators really need to monitor these risks and risk management methods to protect consumers, financial institutions, and the financial system. In terms of how we can support localities, I mean, the first thing that we need to do is support hazard mitigation planning, programs, and buyouts where they're desired by the property owners. Land use is a very local issue, and there's rare times when federal programs or regimes really, impact things at that level. But given the incentives for local governments to increase property tax revenue, there's always going to be a need to provide better incentives for states to reduce this development. I think also in terms of planning grants, hazard mitigation, and building stronger building codes. One person's unnecessary regulation is another person's lifesaver. And, I think as we all saw, with the recent implosion of the Titan submersible, regulations do have benefits. They do protect people. And I know where I would rather be in a safer, more resilient building in the case of any emergency.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boer, wouldn't it be better if we were spending a couple of hours dealing with this problem that is real than debating whether or not we ought to do anything and all of the issues that we don't want to pay any more money, we got too many regulations. Would it be better if we spent the time trying to figure out how we deal with this problem that is not going to go away?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think the industry's position is we want to make progress, and we have made good progress. I'll give you a little bit of background. When the DOE, early on in the process of promulgating these rules.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been in Congress now almost 4 years, but prior to that, I was on the municipal level for 8 years, and I was an aide for 16 years. So I've been in government long enough to know that it moves slowly, at a deliberate speed. And I'm a patient woman. But on the issue of climate change, we have run out of time. And now is not the time for anti-science, anti-environment culture wars. Now is the time for action to confront the climate crisis, because our community simply cannot afford to wait any longer. More and more individual lives are being impacted. More and more homes and communities are destroyed by natural disasters each year, whether it's tornado, wildfire, or hurricane, which is one of the many reasons why I'm grateful that President Biden signed into law my legislation, the Post-Disaster Mental Health Act. But, to those who would seek to weaponize what it means to be woke, I'm unapologetically woke. I am awake, and my eyes are wide open. because I owe it to my constituents to not look away. In my district, the Massachusetts 7, failure to address climate change means greater flood damage to frontline communities like Chelsea, Everett, and East Boston. So to my colleagues across the aisle who seek to obstruct and oppose legislation and policies that will help our shared constituents around the country protect their homes from climate change, it is not only alarming that you would move in this way, it is downright dangerous. Ms. Nagy, since U.S. property catastrophic reinsurance rates increased by as much as 50% on July 1st renewals, my constituents have had to pay more to protect their homes and their livelihoods. Can you highlight the impact of these price increases on the insurance rates paid by consumers?
Yes, thank you, Congresswoman. Yeah, so as I said, earlier, the reinsurance industry is not located in the U.S., so we really don't have much of a say over what the rates are. They tell us, they tell insurers, and insurers pay them, and that's how insurers are able to then offer, their product to individuals. So the idea of having a public reinsurance option for states to opt into could be a really powerful incentive to truly limit development in some of the most disaster-prone areas, because while we can all agree that folks shouldn't be there, it's real. At the local level, with they're often more concerned about property tax revenue above everything else, and so you get this very short-sighted decision making. I think that the federal government can do a lot more to support making our homes more energy efficient, new construction, having things like induction stoves. And I actually I'm a homeowner who switched out a gas stove for an induction stove in the last year, and it wasn't like because I'm really woke, or maybe I am, but I don't know. I don't even know what the word means anymore. But
I'm sorry, I have to reclaim my time only because I'm running out of it. I do have one more question for you, okay? But I did want to say again on the issue of these price increases on insurance rates. These insurance premiums will rise for our constituents if insurance companies and their investors continue to bury their heads in the sand and fail to account for climate risks. We are already seeing a disturbing trend with some of the largest companies deciding to stop selling new policies and leaving people without insurance coverage at all. This is all clearly a result of climate change. It's not a question of whether it's going to happen, because it is already happening. And investors are saying they do not have a good sense of the climate risks that companies are facing. That is why it is critical that the government takes action. True enough, climate change is an existential threat. And I would argue so are the so-called leaders who deny that it is happening. Ms. Nagy, for the record, will disclosures for financial and business risks associated with climate change, like ESG, strengthen our insurance market and help families protect their homes?
Yes.
Thank you, I agree. And I yield back.
For 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to start off by saying that representing Fort Lauderdale, who just experienced over 1,000 years of flooding that we've never seen before, that we most certainly know that climate change is real, and we're feeling the effects. And we understand that the work that you're doing, Secretary, is very important, and we thank you for being here. My first question is, earlier this year, I had the privilege of accompanying Vice President Harris to Africa to build on the commitments made during the U.S.-Africa Leadership Summit last December. During her travels, the Vice President announced over $7 billion in private sector and U.S. government commitments to promote climate resilience, adaptation, and mitigation across Africa. Last month, Beijing announced a major grant to offer South Africa with solar panels and generators. To what extent is it essential to improve our climate support of Africa to compete with China?
Personally, I'm speaking personally on this, I don't think that the choice we make with respect to Africa ought to be just based on what China's doing. It ought to be based on what we ought to be doing and what all of us ought to be doing. Africa, I mean, there are 48 sub-Saharan African countries, 48, that equals 0.55% of emissions. They're not causing this problem. But 17 of the top 20 impacted nations by climate are in Africa. Now, if we don't stop and think about that in terms of global responsibility and global politics, we're really missing something. And right now, I find the tensions between global north and global south are growing. And food production in Africa is threatened. Water is threatened in South Central Asia and Africa, various places. And this is why the congressman who was speaking earlier about showing on his charts, you know, there's only one group of people in the world that I know of who are busy trying to tell people that this is not happening and it's fake, and somehow we're missing something. Only one group of people, and they're here in Washington, and some of them spread around the country. The fact is that all around the world, smart people, people who lead countries, who are responsible for the lives of millions of people, just like you are and we are responding to the clearly defined crisis of climate. So I think we have to look at this beyond China. I think we have to look at this in the context of what's our responsibility to the future, and what's our responsibility to our fellow human beings, and how do we deal with a crisis that has been brilliantly described over these last 30 years or more, where everything predicted is happening, only it's happening faster and bigger than it was predicted.
My second question is, according to the Biden-Harris administration, national security strategy, no region impacts the United States more directly than the Western Hemisphere. In June, Haiti experienced intense flash flooding, rock slides, and landslides that destroyed thousands of homes and killed over 50 people, combined with the ongoing humanitarian crisis and substantial gang violence. Many Haitians are looking to flee the country. Secretary Kerry, as the Biden administration focuses on the root cause of migration, can you describe how taking action on climate crisis can help bring stability to our nations and other nations where their citizens are looking to migrate?
Thank you so much for that thoughtful question, and it's really a major, major problem, because there are now climate refugees already today who are moving across borders and looking for different places to live. Some of the people, not all of them, but some of the folks coming from Central America and South America fit into that category. There are folks who used to farm who now find they can't farm the products, the goods that they were farming, and so they're migrating. And one of the things that we learned during the course of the war in Syria was 1 million people moved into Damascus, which greatly complicated the war, but then they began to migrate and became a political tool, actually, and were sort of pushed to migrate into Europe and had a profound impact, a negative one, on the politics of Europe as a result. So this is a major issue, and it's one we have to really pay attention to.
Secretary, I want to ask you one question before we end, which is imperative. In April, Fort Lauderdale, which is in my district, witnessed unprecedented flash flood caused by the highest record rainfall in one single day. The flooding resulted in significant property damage, the closure of the airport, and shortages of gas all across South Florida. Recently, ocean temperatures in Florida Keys soared to 96 degrees, highlighting the impact of the rising temperatures on the region's marine ecosystem. Can you explain to us why this is happening and what is causing the increased weather and extreme weather, since there are people who don't believe in climate change?
Well, thank you again. I just might point out that I just saw this article this morning that Farmers Insurance has pulled out of Florida, affecting 100,000 policyholders. And the reason the insurance company has pulled out is because this unprecedented change in weather patterns, et cetera, has affected their ability to be able to make policies and for people to be able to afford those policies under the current circumstances. This has been a predicted happening. I mean, everybody's been talking about the potential impact on insurance, and now it is happening in various parts of the world. So, I mean, the reason, as I said earlier, 90% of the heating of the planet, which is documented, goes into the ocean. And that warming of the ocean then increases the moisture that rises from the ocean and travels around the planet with the planetary winds. And when it decides to fall in rainfall, it goes into the it is in much larger amounts than ever before because of the increase of the moisture. It's changed wind patterns and weather patterns, and the heating has other ancillary effects.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Issa for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Republicans recently have characterized the president as having a climate fetish. What's your response to that?
Yeah, I haven't heard that phrase before, but it is no surprise. I mean, I think some of these folks, instead of focusing on solving problems for the American people, are in some diabolical laboratory trying to cook up phrases to undermine President Biden and people who are actually trying to solve problems on behalf of the American people. The climate crisis is real. We see it all over the country and all throughout the world. We've made some progress in that regard. The Inflation Reduction Act represents the largest investment in countering the climate crisis ever enacted in the history of the world. And that was done under the leadership of President Biden to set our planet on a sustainable trajectory forward, meaningfully combat the climate crisis, and stand up a clean energy economy that will allow for the creation of good-paying jobs that will benefit people all across the country. That's responsible leadership that has been brought to us by President Biden. You got many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who don't believe that the climate crisis is real, and they continue to bury their heads in the sand, perhaps because some of them are in the pocket of big oil.
One quick follow-up. Any concerns about meeting climate goals? Today, the Supreme Court greenlighted the construction of the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Are you at all concerned about this?
I think that it's an all-hands-on-deck moment here in America and throughout the world, and combating the climate crisis should not be a partisan issue, because extreme weather events hit blue states and they hit red states. This should be an American issue, not a partisan issue. And I'm thankful that we have someone in the White House, President Biden, who is taking the climate crisis seriously and is leading the charge on decisive action.
But the president has been pretty firm about specific climate goals and emission goals. Are you concerned that those goals can still be met?
Yes, I believe that they will be met because of the leadership of President Biden and a growing consensus throughout America, even if not here in the Congress, that the climate crisis is a real issue to be tackled, not as a partisan issue, not as a Democratic issue or an issue for the Republicans to oppose, but as an American issue.
You're standing tall. You're standing tall. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's so good to be back. Good afternoon. Governor Inslee, thank you for all that you are and all you have done. You and I have had so many conversations over the year, and I will say that among those who are leaders in our country and by extension in the world on the issue of what we must do with a sense of urgency to protect, preserve, and love our planet, you are one of the greatest leaders. So it is good to be with you. And Trudy, thank you both. Thank you. And thank you for the warm welcome to Washington. I want to thank our Secretary of Energy, Jennifer Granholm. She is extraordinary. She has been traveling the country, and she's a true partner to the President and me. And my dear friend, Senator Maria Cantwell, where are you? There you are. Hi. So Senator Cantwell and I served together in the United States Senate, and so I have seen her work close up. I have seen her in rooms where there are cameras. I have seen her in rooms where there are no cameras. She's the same person everywhere. She is always fighting for the people, and she is truly one of our nation's greatest climate leaders. And I want to thank you for that. And on the most recent work that has happened and on the detail of her leadership, she helped pass the CHIPS and Science Act. And that, of course, is historic in terms of its investment in climate innovation. And these are investments which will, and she always emphasizes this, it will create jobs and opportunity, not only here in Washington, but around the country. So thank you, Senator Cantwell, for your leadership always. Thank you. Thank you. And Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland, I thank you. Mayor Bruce Harrell, thank you for meeting me on the tarmac and for your leadership and friendship always. And to all the activists, organizers, and young leaders here today, it is because of you and your partnership and the enthusiasm and the passion that you bring to this work that President Biden and I are taking on one of the most urgent issues of our time. And of course, that is the climate crisis. Every day around the world, the impact of the climate crisis is stark, and it is vivid. We are seeing it in real time. Here, of course, in Washington state, you have endured deadly heat waves and devastating wildfires. And across our nation, we see communities choked by drought, washed out by flood, and decimated by hurricanes. And of course, we are all praying for the people of Maui. Far too many lives lost. Far too many lives lost. Homes lost, businesses lost, livelihoods lost. And of course, we have to recognize and pay special attention to the Native Hawaiian community, which has seen some of their most sacred cultural sites destroyed. And so I will say that President Biden and I will continue to do all that we can to help the people of Hawaii, and both in terms of what they need now, but what they need in terms of recovery and what they will need to rebuild. So all of that to say, it is clear the clock is not just ticking, it is banging. And that is why 1 year ago, President Biden and I made the largest climate investment in America's history. And this work was designed to dramatically expand solar and wind energy production, to lower energy costs for working families, and to put millions of electric vehicles on the road, including thousands of electric school buses, so that, of course, our children can have clean air to breathe. And it is with these investments that we are clear. We are creating millions of good-paying, clean energy jobs. We are rebuilding America's manufacturing, and we are driving American innovation, something this state knows so well. In total, President Biden and I have committed nearly $1 trillion to build a thriving, clean energy economy for America. And I have seen, and Cameron mentioned this, I have seen our progress firsthand. I've been traveling our country, and for example, in April, I was in Dalton, Georgia. And so Dalton, Georgia is a factory town about 2 hours north of Atlanta, where for generations, good, stable manufacturing jobs supported thousands of working families. But then about a decade ago, those jobs started getting shipped overseas. And for years, of course, politicians have promised to reinvest in communities like Dalton to rebuild American manufacturing, but they never delivered. So President Biden and I decided that it is time to fix that, and we decided to dramatically expand clean energy production and to do it here in America. And so on the story of Dalton, on this year alone, already we have created 2,500 new solar panel manufacturing jobs that have opened up in Dalton. And across the country, we have created more than 175,000 new clean energy jobs. Just so far, more to go. And this is all to do what we know we must do to meet the challenges of this moment. But of the challenges in terms of building a clean energy economy, we also know that the places where we create clean energy, like a solar farm in the desert or a wind farm off the coast, those places are often far away from where people actually live. And so, thinking about it, to get the energy where it is most needed, President Biden and I are also building thousands of miles of new high-voltage transmission lines, which is making a significant difference. For example, I was recently in rural Arizona, to break ground on a project where 125 miles of high-voltage line will deliver clean electricity. Electricity from wind and solar farms in the Arizona desert, delivered to people millions of miles away, potentially, well, certainly thousands of miles away. Bit of a typo there. But delivered to millions of people in faraway places like Phoenix and Los Angeles and San Diego. And that electricity will not only be cleaner, it will also be cheaper. And so think about that. That means more money for working families, to buy groceries, to invest in home repairs, to be able to afford a vacation from time to time. And just think, every year working families pay thousands of dollars just to keep the fridge and lights on. So think about what this means. And for the president and me, one of our highest priorities then has been to lower energy costs, which is why we designed our climate policy and plan to give working families tax credits and rebates so they can afford to install new insulation and new windows, which of course increase energy efficiency and lower energy bills. And so they can better afford to replace their gas-burning furnace with an electric heat pump to heat and cool their home, which costs less money to run. And we're doing the same thing for businesses. We have made billions of dollars in tax credits available so clean energy upgrades can happen to businesses in terms of their buildings. And we have made sure these credits are not just available this year, not only this year, but for years to come. Because we know that for companies like this one, what we know is that when we increase the demand for solar panels and clean energy technology, we want to make sure that there is a consistent demand and it is predictable so that businesses have the confidence to invest in this new approach to doing work and building our economy. Consistency is something businesses need and want, and that is part of the intention of the design of our policy to give them that. In addition, all these investments create jobs, good-paying union jobs. Yep. Jobs for workers like many of those who are here with us today, including plumbers and pipe fitters and members of IBEW and sheet metal workers, and the kind of folk who are just some of the most skilled and experienced workers in our nation, going to work every day to build our clean energy economy. For example, today, Ambrose Bradley is with us. Ambrose, where are you? Ambrose is with us, okay. Ambrose grew up in Oklahoma, and after high school, he joined the Air Force and worked as a mechanic on an F-16 fighter jet. When he left the Air Force, Ambrose joined Sheet Metal Workers Local 66. And today, Ambrose is a foreman fabricating metal for energy-efficient lighting, heating systems, and solar panels. So think about that. He went from F-16s to solar panels. Talk about highly skilled. Thank you, Ambrose. So all of this is to say, together we are building a clean energy economy, and through all our work, President Biden and I are building an economy that works for working people. And that, my friends, is called Bidenomics. And Bidenomics is working. Since we took office, President Biden and I have created more than 13 million new jobs, including nearly 400,000 jobs right here in Washington State. Today, the unemployment rate is near the lowest it has been in over half a century. Inflation is down and wages are up. And just last week, President Biden and I announced that we are giving more than 1 million workers on federal contracts a raise. Long overdue. Davis-Bacon, long overdue. Because the workers building our clean energy economy, and all workers, deserve to be paid fairly, and for the value and the dignity of their work. So I'm going to close with this. So in my travels as vice president, I have met with hundreds of young climate leaders among the many leaders I have met. I've met with college students in Michigan, climate justice activists in Miami, Native leaders in Arizona, and high school students in Denver. And I will tell you, these young leaders are guiding our nation in our climate fight. And as they have told me, their work is driven by their hope and their determination. Hope because they know we still have time to make a difference. And their determination is the determination to correct the course. So let us all share in their conviction, in their hope, in their determination. And let us continue to work to build a cleaner, healthier, and more prosperous future for everyone. And let us do so with optimism, because while we have more to do, with your partnership, the President and I have shown just how much we can accomplish together. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And to me, I think that a lot of I'm very interested in exploring foreign policy on the basis of climate and energy and diplomacy, human rights protections, and frankly, how we're going to develop a foreign policy that hinges on responding to the climate crisis as a global collective, as a global policy. And I personally believe that the climate crisis it transcends and touches everything. It's not just one issue. It's going to affect labor. It's going to affect inflation. It's going to affect racial justice. It's going to affect housing. It's going to affect trade. It's going to affect everything. And I think one example of this is the immigration crisis that we have. I'm really interested in how we are going to explore developing a U.S. foreign policy that is responsive to the climate crisis across all of these issues. And one of the things that I'm interested in is examining, for example, the U.S.'s role in helping preserve the Amazon, helping protect indigenous rights, because the Amazon is something that may be located in Latin America, but it is something that we as an entire planet are responsible for. When it comes to immigration, whether people like it or not, migration is global migration, not just in the Western Hemisphere, but due to the climate crisis, global migration and domestic migration, by the way, migration in terms of population patterns, even within the United States, but also globally. This is something we're going to be contending with for the rest of our lives. As places become fundamentally changed due to the climate crisis, some places are going to be less arable, less sustainable to farming and communities than they were before. And they're going to be less livable, and people are going to naturally try to move so that they can live. And this is also, by the way, I think something that we're also going to see within the United States. There was a study recently that talked about how wet bulb temperatures how they are going to be reflected in the South, especially the southeastern United States. And wet bulb temperatures, for example, are something known as it's a temperature where you can essentially die or start to really meet very serious health challenges, potentially be hospitalized, but it's a balance between heat and humidity. So the more humid it is, the lower the temperature is required in order for your life to be threatened. And that can be as low as 95 degrees. Once humidity reaches certain levels, you can be hospitalized, you can die starting at 95 degrees. And we're seeing those wet bulb temperatures and what that might emerge from, particularly in the southeastern United States. And if you are lower income or can't afford an AC, or if there's a mass grid power outage, hello, state of Texas, we saw what happened in winter, but also, you have one major heat wave paired with the grid going down, and all of a sudden you're looking at a massive emergency. And so we're talking about things that even are potentially here in the United States. And I think it's just really important for us to understand that a lot of these issues, whether it's immigration, racial justice-based issues, they're narrowed down as black and white in media, but they're not black and white issues. For example, like with this issue of immigration, no matter how you feel about this, it is going to be something that we are going to have to contend with in a major way for the rest of our lives. There is no solving this because the generations before us decided to consume our planet into a climate crisis, and they're still in charge and they won't stop. They won't. And so anyways, a lot of that has to do with this trip to Latin America. I'm really interested in what a climate-based foreign policy strategy could look like, and how the climate crisis can inform U.S. foreign policy in a way that shifts away from neocolonialism, shifts away from our imperialist history, and more towards inequitable history, particularly in Latin America, where we just have a very dark roots in the Monroe Doctrine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity, and also want to thank the ranking member and these 5 distinguished gentlemen for being here today. Thank you very much. Sometimes timing is everything. And this week, the newspaper headlines have been screaming about climate disasters. New York Times: floods, fires, withering heat. Climate change brings new disasters every day. Flooding closes roads and turns through much of Vermont. New York Times: the heaviest rain ever in Japan's south sets off floods and landscapes. Heat wave may be the longest ever, and temperatures will likely increase. Northeast storms dumps over 2 months' worth of rain on Vermont. Helicopter and boat rescues underway across a devastated Vermont. Do any of you gentlemen think that human actions with respect to the use of fossil fuels have contributed to these climate disasters? And you can start in any order you'd like. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But just don't go long, because I don't have a lot of time.
If you look at the peer-reviewed literature, what you will learn is that since the end of the Little Ice Age, global temperatures have risen about 1.1 degrees, of which roughly half is due to increasing atmospheric concentrations of greenhouse gas emissions. So the narrow answer to your question is yes. Mankind's activities have influenced the climate, and we can detect those effects. The next question is, are those effects large, and is there evidence of a crisis in the sense of the several examples that you have cited? The answer is no.
No, okay.
There's no evidence of a crisis.
No evidence of a crisis.
Not the same as saying
right.
that
I get
there's no
it.
evidence that anthropogenic emissions have had an effect.
Right.
They have.
But it's not a crisis, and you wouldn't say that the burning of fossil fuels has been a large part of the crisis that we do see.
I don't think we see a crisis, and therefore I don't think fossil
All right,
fuel.
fair enough, fair enough. Anyone else give it a shot? Yes, sir.
Yes, I think that human activity has had an impact on the climate, and I think there's at least a theoretical link between some of that activity and certain climate patterns that we may or may not see. I also think, however, that the human cost in terms of loss of human life over the last century from climate-related events has gone dramatically down, and that's because of the broad economic growth that we've seen in our country, and therefore I think it's very important that we consider that economic growth in our capital markets and financial regulatory structure as a part of that so that we can remain a wealthier country and more resilient to climate impacts.
Okay, anybody else? Mr. Ellison? Yes, sir.
I would say certainly human activity has contributed to a chaotic climatic environment. There's no doubt in my mind, and I would disagree that it is not causing a crisis. I think it is, and I think it's causing a crisis as it relates to agriculture, species, weather events, and I think it's a serious problem we have to address.
And of course, you're more in line with most of the scientists that are saying it's a crisis. And it is because we're burning fossil fuels. Now, how can that not be material? How in the hell can that not be material? That's why investors want to know, what is your company doing? Is it investing in a way that's responsible? And more importantly, are you a company that's going to be around for a while or not? Because you are in a situation where you're not paying attention to these risks, and these risks are real. And that's why so many people want to know about this. And time is I can't think of a worse time to be trying to pass bills against environmental issues than right now, when the headlines are screaming about these climate disasters. Timing is everything. I mean, it really is fascinating to me that these bills are coming up right when the scientists are saying this is a disaster. And human beings are causing it because of the burning of fossil fuels. And with that, I thank you, and I yield back.
I now yield to my colleague from New York, Ranking Member Ocasio-Cortez, for her opening statement.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Today's hearing is an opportunity to examine the federal offshore oil and gas program. The urgency to address federal fossil fuel development is undeniable as we endure the 6th straight week of record-breaking heat waves from Arizona to New York City. As it stands, the United States is the world's #1 producer of oil and gas and the 2nd highest emitter of greenhouse gas pollution. Our public lands and waters contribute nearly a quarter to those emissions. As the federal government, we have an obligation to make our public lands part of the solution to the climate crisis rather than the problem. The Outer Continental Shelf Act, which allows the federal government to lease lands in our federal waters, was passed to secure national energy security. With the support of federal agencies like the Department of Interior and the Department of Energy, our nation has pioneered offshore technologies that set the global standard. But the current arguments characterizing energy independence lose credibility when you discover that the United States is currently exporting 50% more oil and gas than we did in 2019, all while prices we see at the pump here at home and on our utility bills remain high. Why is that? Companies are profiting off of a volatile global market by pushing domestic prices higher, while communities here at home continue to suffer from the impacts of oil and gas development. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call an oil cartel. Let's be clear. Oil companies brought in $200 billion in profit last year, while high energy prices meant that many families struggled to keep food on the table. These companies operate with light oversight and almost total disregard for the substantial pollution they cause, their climate impacts, and the neighboring communities that have become sacrifice zones. So whose security is really at stake here? Let's get into what it could look like to protect our workers. To date, offshore drilling companies have amassed thousands of leases covering more than 11 million acres of federal waters. A staggering 74% of these leases have never produced oil or gas. 9 million acres remain leased but inactive. Despite these massive holdings, these companies continue to seek more. Companies will claim they are creating new jobs, but these claims fall flat as we witness the oil and gas industry systematically automate, shedding its workforce, leaving fuel workers with declining wages and uncertain futures as CEOs take in million-dollar bonuses. Between 2008 and 2019, offshore oil production in the federal waters off Louisiana increased by 44%, while direct employment in the industry crashed by 62%. A 2020 survey of offshore workers in the Gulf revealed that nearly 50% had been laid off at least once, and 15% reported being laid off more than once. We are producing more oil and gas than ever with fewer and fewer people. For generations, workers in the Gulf of Mexico have risked life and limb to sustain our way of life. But now it's time to build upon that legacy and look towards the future. We owe American workers energy stability and protection, not hollow promises. So I ask again, as our communities lose jobs to volatile oil companies, whose security is really at stake when we talk about energy security and independence? And let's get into what it would look like to protect frontline communities. Gulf Coast communities bear the brunt of these impacts, economic and environmental. These communities experience the booms and busts of a volatile industry. Oil spills degrade fishing grounds and threaten coastal livelihoods. Pipeline canals and petroleum withdrawal have decimated the iconic boot of southern Louisiana. The release of toxic pollutants from industry leads to respiratory illnesses, disease, and higher rates of cancer. A 2001 study discovered that more than 80% of residents of Port Arthur, Texas, the predominantly Black West Side, suffered heart and lung ailments. Oil and gas infrastructure also destroys habitat and disrupts migratory patterns, endangering local biodiversity. Indigenous communities and low-income neighborhoods, which are more often closer to this infrastructure, suffer significant losses in cultural heritage and subsistence resources. Rather than maintaining the status quo and propping up the fossil fuel industry, let's invest in the cleanup of the thousands of miles of abandoned pipelines and countless abandoned wells and rigs to create jobs and protect the environment. The Interior Department's recently proposed regulations to hold companies better accountable with stronger financial assurances for cleanup of used wells is a step in the right direction. Last Congress, we signed into law historic investments in climate and clean energy, including long overdue reforms to offshore oil and gas programs and essential investments in renewable energy to further the transition through the Inflation Reduction Act. But that legislation also included a deal to tie future renewable energy to leasing to oil and gas leasing for the next 10 years. This provision forces us to choose continued burdens for environmental justice communities or renewable energy development to fight the climate crisis, a choice that we should not be forced to make. It's time we right that wrong and advance renewable energy without forced ties to fossil fuels. Yesterday, I introduced the Non-Restrictive Offshore Wind Act, or the NOW Act, to repeal that tie and pave the way for clean, union-led offshore wind industry. The stakes are high, the health of the planet and the well-being of the workforce and future generations hang in the balance. I look forward to hearing from our witnesses, and I yield back to the chair.
Thank you very much.
For 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of a bill I authored that is included in the FAA package to research severe turbulence and the impact of climate change on flight forecast. Turbulence is the top cause of injuries to both passengers and crew. My bill improves the FAA's understanding of turbulence to better inform safety measures for flight crews and the flying public. Last month, a scientific study analyzed 40 years of high-quality atmospheric data. The researchers found severe clear air turbulence increased 55% from 1979 due to climate change. Further, other recent studies have shown that turbulence will increase significantly as the climate changes, with the most severe turbulence increasing by 149% over the next several decades. We should all be concerned about the rise of turbulence and the projected increase in the years ahead. Unfortunately, scientists and researchers have reported their difficulty in calculating turbulence due to limited data coverage. That is why the FAA needs better tools and research to address passenger safety amidst this threat to air travel. The FAA research we support today means that tomorrow Americans will fly safer. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California?
Warren of Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So insurance is there for natural disasters like floods or fires or storms, but climate change means that natural disasters are hitting harder and more frequently than ever before, and that's upending the insurance market and pushing insurers out of entire cities or even entire states. Without insurance, millions of families will be at greater risk for climate crises, and as whole communities lose access to insurance, the impact is going to be felt all the way through our economy. So let's talk about what some of the tools are to make some changes here. More than 2 years ago, President Biden issued an executive order telling the Federal Insurance Office, FIO, whose job it is to monitor the insurance industry, to examine the impact of climate change on private insurance in the United States. So FIO proposed to collect new data from insurers that would help the federal government better understand climate-related financial risks and to assess the potential for major disruptions of private insurance coverage across the country. So, Mr. Heller, would the data that FIO is proposing to collect help identify the threats to consumers and the economy from climate change? Would these data be useful?
Yes. Thank you, Senator Warren. Of course they would. We really need to understand with granular data where the industry is more exposed, where coverage offerings are shrinking and consumers become more exposed, and how risk transfer has changed over time. Think growing deductibles, these lower rebuilding costs. The pressure to keep information from getting to the public and to public policymakers, not just through FIO, but for years that we've seen this needing data but not getting the data. I mean, it's one of the reasons that the market crisis we're talking about today kind of feels so sudden, because we haven't been collecting this data that would have given us the tools to prepare.
Okay, so I can tell I'm talking to another data nerd. We want to get the numbers because they are helpful in helping us understand and assess risk. So if the information is important, we need the information. The president has asked for the information. Why don't we have it? This has been more than 2 years now. It turns out that the insurers and the regulators, state regulators, are pushing back on this. They say that collecting this information is unnecessary. I'm just going to quote them here, ill-advised and burdensome. And they've claimed that this data call would threaten so-called existing efforts that insurers have made to mitigate the risks of climate change on policyholders. They're even saying that the FIO and the Biden administration is strong-arming insurers and regulators to adopt climate risk mitigating strategies, and this could lead to higher compliance costs on insurers and higher premiums on Americans. Now, it seems to me here that the insurers and the regulators are going out of their way to hide information about premiums, claims, profits, and coverage. And without that information, consumers have no way of knowing if a hiked premium is justified or if it's just padding an insurance company's profits. So, Mr. Heller, you explained why we need the data. Why are the insurance companies resisting so hard on providing these data? What are they trying to hide?
Well, the insurance companies don't want us as the public, but also public policymakers, to really understand where things stand, because it allows them to do what we've seen in California, which is try to bully regulators and policymakers by saying, oh, we're going to leave if you don't do exactly what we want. If you don't deregulate this market, we're just going to walk away from you. The reason FIO made this request for data was because there was a black hole where all the data needed to be, where we could actually figure this out for ourselves and understand. Is it, as some are suggesting, it's just a problem of regulatory burden? Or is it insurance companies that did not do the preparation that we've been calling for 20 years? Is it the insurance companies that have been shifting around their books of business to protect their profits and expose more consumers? And that data call would reveal it. And that's why the insurance companies have lobbied so hard to keep it out of our hands.
Well, I very much appreciate the notion, and I'm seeing nods here. I take it, Ms. Norris, that you would agree with this, that we need the data, and the data are essential, both for making good policy and just evaluating what the insurance companies are up to.
Absolutely. We know that the insurance companies themselves have big data is out there. They're using big data to evaluate risk and decide what the premiums are. We should all be able to see the transparency.
All right. Well, I'm all for transparency in this. I appreciate the work that you're doing here. You know, this is just a reminder that the insurance companies have kind of been playing every part of this game. They've underwritten financing fossil fuels, and then they profit from selling protection from the impacts of those fossil fuels on climate. And now when climate risks are rising, they're trying to hang American families out to dry here and demanding either higher premiums or to get out of the market altogether. So there's a lot that's going on here that poses real risk to our economy. We need these data, and we need them now. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator,
I would rather celebrate with my great friend, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Schumer, Senator Sanders, Congresswoman Chu, Congresswoman Bush, Congressman DeGoose, and the incredible young advocates who are behind us, who work to create a civilian climate corps. They kept that idea alive, and today we have an American climate corps that has been announced. So we thank all the young people for everything which you have done to make this moment possible. Today, we have seen all of the hard work pay off. And as disasters fueled by climate ravage our communities and our country, we know that this is not a moment too soon. Last year, we took a major step in turning our Green New Deal vision into a reality with the Inflation Reduction Act, ambitious, transformational, economy-wide legislation with jobs and justice and climate at its core. And we thank Senator Schumer for his leadership on that issue, for helping us get that historic package across the finish line. But to put it bluntly, when Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez and I first introduced the Green New Deal, we knew that our solutions needed to be bolder, we had to think bigger, that Washington needed to be braver, and if we were going to combat the existential threat of climate change. And as part of that movement, we envisioned a civilian climate corps for jobs and for justice. And this week, more than 50 members of Congress called on the Biden-Harris administration to take another big, bold, brave step forward and establish a civilian climate corps through executive action. And today, President Biden listened to the movement, and he delivered with an American climate corps. So today is an historic day. The President's American Climate Corps will put 20,000 trained Americans to work, mostly young people, trained and getting them paid and turning green investments into a green workforce all across our country. Tens of thousands of Americans working together for energy-efficient housing and buildings, for cities that must survive climate catastrophes, for low-cost, clean solutions in communities that need them the most, for an effort that will transform our nation to survive a transforming world. When we hear about the crises hitting our communities, climate change, racism, public health pandemics, economic inequality, it's easy to lose hope. But the creator of the original CCC, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, once said, "In these days of difficulty, we Americans everywhere must and shall choose the path of social justice, the path of faith, the path of hope.
the path of love towards our fellow man. President Biden's American Climate Corps will improve on President Roosevelt's Civilian Conservation Corps by rectifying the racial and gender inequities of the past in that program, and to build a climate corps for today, for this generation, a vision for these young people who want a better America. And with the climate corps, we will find a way amid those crises to once again walk the path of hope together. The work begins, not ends here. We must ensure that this climate corps is ambitious, just, and unapologetically pro-union, done for and by environmental justice communities, and coordinated across the government by the White House, so these climate corps members tackle projects by the thousands with one shared purpose. And you know, we won't stop in Congress. We'll keep fighting to pass the Civilian Climate Corps for Jobs and Justice Act in order to supercharge the Climate Corps, make it even bigger than President Biden announced today. But today, after years of work alongside young people, unions, service organizations, nonprofits, legislators, and the Biden-Harris administration, we have an American Climate Corps to celebrate. The tens of thousands of American Climate Corps members will not just help us save the world from climate threats, they will help us build a world worth saving. So this is a great day. We thank all the young people for their leadership, for driving this, for creating the movement that created the momentum that made this moment possible for our country. It's just a deposit. We are going to build on this in the years ahead and make it as big as it needs to be to fight the climate crisis. And it is my honor to introduce to you just a historic leader on the issue of climate change, my partner in the Green New Deal, the great Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Thank you so much, Senator Markey. Thank you, Senator Sanders. Thank you, Representative.
So it is a tremendous honor to celebrate this great day, and I look forward to seeing all those young people working to combat climate change. And so now, I would like to have a college student and climate justice organizer with this. Oh, okay. Okay, Congress member Cori Bush.
Oh, good afternoon, Green New Deal family. I am so happy and so honored to be able to be here with you all to celebrate this momentous step in our fight for taking a just, economical, and equitable approach to addressing one of the most pressing issues of our time, climate change. I would like to start off by thanking my friends, Senator Markey and my sister in service, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, as well as Majority Leader Schumer and Senator Sanders and Congresswoman Chu for the work that you all do every single day to not only combat climate change, but to make sure that the approach we take is rooted in equity and justice. I also need to give a huge thank you to the Sunrise Movement. To the Sunrise Movement and to every advocate and activist, whether you are here today or fighting back home, know that we are so grateful and so proud to be fighting in this fight alongside you. And today is proof that we will fight and we will keep fighting, because when we fight,
we win.
When we fight,
we win.
When we fight,
we win.
I'm thankful for President Biden. I'm thankful that he took this crucial step forward to not only help to protect our planet, but to do so in a way that lifts up and supports our communities that are most impacted by the devastating effects of climate change. My district ranks among the highest across the country in rates of asthma, and many people know that I am an asthmatic as well, with rates significantly higher for Black residents than white residents. In St. Louis City, Black children are over 2 times more likely to test positive for lead in their blood than white children. In St. Louis County, residents are dealing with the harms of radioactive waste that was dumped and spread all throughout our community. In my home of St. Louis, we do not only see the impact of climate change, we feel it, We breathe it, we live it. And St. Louis is not alone. There are communities all across this country, especially our Black and brown and indigenous communities, that are dealing with the same kinds of devastating impacts and effects of climate change. That's why today's step by the Biden administration to institute a civilian climate corps is so important. This will have a positive impact on our economy by creating thousands of great, we don't want just jobs, we want good paying jobs. And so this creates good paying jobs for our communities. Furthermore, this program will prioritize and leverage the skills in our communities that have been historically excluded and marginalized. That's exactly what we mean when we say environmental justice. From the Inflation Reduction Act's climate investments to this jobs program, it is clear that the Green New Deal isn't only a winning strategy, it is the strategy. We will not stop until we have a Green New Deal, and we will continue to push to end the climate crisis and bring all of us toward a more sustainable, equitable, and livable future for everyone. We are mobilized, we are energized, we are galvanized, and we are going to win. Thank you.
Chu, and we also like to thank Senate Majority Leader Schumer as well for his support in this push. The day has arrived. It is an incredibly historic day and an incredibly historic milestone, not just for the climate movement in the United States, but for organizing movements and people's movements here across the country. When we first introduced the Green New Deal, there were so many cynics in our politics in Washington and beyond saying, this isn't possible, this is too big, this is too ambitious. Well, today we can say that we are starting to turn the green dream into a green reality. When we first announced the idea of a civilian climate corps in revitalizing and restoring the vision of Franklin Delano Roosevelt with the original Conservation Corps, we also wanted to make sure that we expanded it to address the climate crisis today. And we organized and we fought, and people knocked on doors, and they contacted their communities and their elected officials to support a civilian climate corps. And from that, we got a historic inclusion into the Build Back Better Act. But as we saw, there was that setback. And at the end of the day, at the final hour, Build Back Better had fallen apart. And at that moment, we didn't know what the path forward exactly was going to be. But it was out of organizing out of hope, and organizing out of commitment, and organizing that out of faith, if we do our part, maybe the conditions out there will come together in a way that we may not even be able to foresee. And that is exactly what has happened today. We did not expect this to be able to manifest in this specific exact pathway. But because of all of the popular support and grassroots organizing and everyday people coming together and communities saying we will not stand by while the climate crisis ravages our land, burns down our forests, and really just dissolves our public systems, we will stand up, and we're going to stand up for ourselves. That political momentum is what led the White House to approve and begin the American Conservation Corps, which was announced today. Our mission next is to make sure that we expand this and that we grow this. But starting today, 20,000 people will now be able to qualify under the brand new American Climate Corps program. And from there, in addition to that, 5 states have announced their own state-level Climate Conservation Corps programs as well. You all are changing the world. You're changing the world, and you're changing the country. And I don't want you all to forget that. I don't want anyone here to forget that, because the cynics want us to think that our fighting doesn't matter, that it won't yield anything. And the reason they do that is because they know that if you do fight, you win. If you do fight, you win. And today, you won. So I want to thank you. I want to congratulate you. And I look forward to tens of thousands, and in the future, maybe millions,
of people being able to be employed, and not just in the spirit of service, but in transforming the greater American economy. So thank you all so very much. And with that, I'll introduce the one and only Senator Sanders.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, before the climate summit at the UN, tens of thousands of people marched. I want to tell them, some of us in this building hear you, we see you, and we understand your demand for urgent action. We have seen in my state the wildfires in California. We've seen the flooding in New Hampshire and Vermont. We've seen the hottest summers recorded, and we have seen the smoke-filled air. We need this president to declare a climate emergency. We need to stop the export of our oil to other countries. We need to stop subsidizing fossil fuel companies. We need this president to keep his promise of no new drilling on public lands. That means no to the Willow Project. And we need to stand with the UAW workers who are building EVs to make sure they have a fair wage. Thank you to Gen Z for change. Thank you to Sunrise. Thank you to Climate Defiance. Thank you to all of the groups.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. Okay. And now I have the honor and the pleasure to bring to the microphone none other than the Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer.
Thank you, Corey. And I was going to add one-eyed. We are not going to be compromised.
We won't.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here with Senator Markey, Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Sanders, Representative Chu, and of course, Corey, and the Great Sunrise Movement as we celebrate President Biden taking executive action to create the American Climate Corps. As you know, last August, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest climate investment in history ever by a long shot. Now, our country and our economy is being transformed by this historic investment. Already, this down payment has created thousands of good-paying jobs. We made sure of that, not just junkie jobs. And we wanted the jobs to go to people, many people of color and poor people and people who got out of prison and people who never had these jobs before. We need to make sure these funds are going to help those most affected by changing climate and rising pollution. We need to make sure that we're specifically reaching disadvantaged and minority communities that have been traditionally ignored and overlooked, as new climate-related disasters occur almost on a weekly basis. Well, what's the answer to that? The American Climate Corps will do just that. The American Climate Corps is going to focus on communities traditionally left behind. It'll help prepare workers for the new union jobs that are being created across the country using existing IRA funding. The original Civilian Conservation Corps, created by FDR, had the mission to confront a national crisis through a shared sense of purpose. We have a once-in-a-generation opportunity to meet that moment again. It doesn't come around very often, but it is now. And this time, it's to rescue our planet from the climate crisis. And President Biden's answering the call. The IRA funds have the ability to completely revolutionize communities across our country. That's how we wrote it. And we'll work to make sure that communities most in need receive the funding. I want to say a special thank you to the youth activists who pushed so hard for this program. I know I work closely with them in New York, the Sunrise Movement, who led the organizing effort from the beginning. We elected officials want to give all of you a round of applause. Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to make sure the next generation has a country with prosperity, opportunity, stability. These green jobs will build a stronger foundation for the next generation and ones after that. I was just in Allegheny County, along with the Bronx, the poorest county in New York, and they had a factory there. And the factory used to make equipment for coal mining. And they've converted that factory that it is now making equipment for windmills. And it's employing 200 more poor people who are never had a job before. It was a beautiful moment to go to this factory. And that's happening over and over and over again. Green jobs are going to build a stronger foundation for the next generation. The jobs created by the American Climate Corps is going to offer a pathway so that people can get into the middle class and stay there. It'll be an affirmation of the power of the union movement. Industry and labor agree. Our progress on climate goals may be slowed without robust training programs, without the ladders. We believe in ladders so that people can climb up and then establish themselves with a good life. And at a time when unionized workers are standing up and demanding respect, the new American Climate Corps will further strengthen that labor movement. It'll do more than fulfill the critical needs of job training, though. It'll deal with our climate crisis. This year alone, the hottest summer on record, blistering heat waves, deadly wildfires, disastrous smog, historic floods, hurricanes, and droughts. In our divided and polarized time, the American Climate Corps will bring young people of every political orientation, creed, background together, working shoulder to shoulder to combat one of our most pressing global challenges. So I thank President Biden. I thank Senator Markey.
And I will now turn it over to the ranking member for questions.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Mr. Ned, as you know, President Biden has set a goal to reduce greenhouse emissions by at least 50% and achieve zero carbon electric power in our system by 2035. And as the manager of 1 in 10 acres of land in the United States, the Bureau of Land Management has and will continue to have a significant role to play in reaching these goals. Oil and gas production right now is at an all-time high under the Biden administration, even higher than the Trump administration. And I was wondering if you could tell us more about what BLM is doing to ramp down emissions from public lands.
Thank you, Congresswoman. We continue to take a very thorough look and analysis for emissions. We're not only doing it by project, but we're looking at the cumulative impact. We're also looking at what's going on in downstream. So every project is going through a very thorough analysis. In 2021, the department undertook an assessment based on previous issued lease and is now applying some of that assessment as we move forward.
And I want to ask about some of the downstream effects of developing something like the Willow Project, which many Americans were disappointed to see moving forward given the overwhelming grassroots opposition and devastating climate impacts that Willow entails. Considering President Biden's climate goals, how is BLM planning to factor in downstream emissions of potential development into decision-making, specifically for its upcoming 2024 and 2023 lease sales and long-term planning? How is this different from how BLM has historically factored in downstream emissions?
Yes, clearly there have been a number of court cases that has helped to shape to our thinking. And so again, looking very thoroughly, looking on a project-by-project basis, ensuring we understand the impact, and then carefully working to put measures in place to minimize those impacts.
And when would the oil and gas leases have come online in the Arctic Refuge had the Biden administration not recently canceled them?
I'm sorry, Congressman, what was the question?
The oil and gas leases in the Arctic Refuge that the Biden administration just recently canceled, if the Biden administration had not canceled them, when would they have otherwise come online?
Oh, Congresswoman, they would have taken many, many years. The Arctic is a very complex place to develop, and it would have taken many, many years.
Yeah, and I think it's an important point to raise because we've heard arguments from folks on the other side of the aisle and in the oil and gas industry that the Biden-Harris administration's decisions in the Arctic Refuge and the Western Arctic will increase prices at the pump for many Americans. But just as you said, these leases wouldn't have even come online for many, many years from now, correct?
That is correct.
And even if all goes according to company plan, and those companies are interested in even developing in the area, which was questionable already in the Arctic refuge, it would take a better part of a decade to produce oil and gas on approved projects in the North Slope. And according to project documents, the Willow Oil project in the Western Arctic, which has already been approved, will not produce payable quantities of oil for at least another 6 years. Moreover, the supplemental environmental impact study for the Arctic Refuge Oil Leasing Program indicates that the earliest that the oil production could come online is 2032. And that's largely due to the remoteness of the coastal plain and the associated lack of prior exploration and infrastructure. So, Mr. Ned, what then would you tell some of my colleagues here and their industry allies who say that the administration's recent decisions are somehow going to affect gas prices now?
Yeah, I would say gas prices is primarily affected by industry and a number of factors. Those factors depend again on where energy will be developed, when it will come online. Those factors are beyond the Bureau of Land Management control. And so, and by the way, the federal lands produce a small amount, 14% in oil and about 8% in gas, that contribute to the nation's energy need.
And what do you make of this argument that we can simply drill our way to lower gas prices, that we can just drill and extract on federal and public lands, and somehow that's going to lower our fossil fuel prices?
Yeah, the administration has been clear that as we transition to a clean energy economy, we have to look at multiple resources, both renewable and non-renewable, and we cannot continue to depend on one source of energy. And so I think the administration has been clear about looking for those options or multiple sources.
Right, thank you very much.
Goes back. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gensler, for being here. I know that you've been pretty public about the fact that, or maybe you made an argument or took a position that it's too costly for firms if the SEC establish a robust climate disclosure rule. Is that correct?
There are many comments in our comment file that have raised that, and that's what I'm talking about, because we, under the Administrative Procedure Act, have to take all those comments and do an economic analysis that takes into consideration the cost.
So in those comments, I mean, one of the things is suggested, I mean, this is despite, I think, about 1,000 companies have already voluntarily reported emissions from their customers and suppliers. We call it Scope 3 emissions, as you know, where most of the firm's greenhouse emissions can originate. So on top of that, we also are now seeing thousands of additional U.S. companies will soon be required to report Scope 3 emissions to comply with the EU standards. And then California, I think, just passed a bill that would require roughly 5,000 public and private companies to report Scope 3 emissions, correct?
Yes, I believe both Europe, and if the governor signs the law in California, that will be the case. And it will change the economics because it, in essence, changes the baseline.
So do you think you're going to look at that? And because those three, you know, just looking at those moves by California, of course, and the EU, Scope 3 emissions disclosures, would it undermine, I think, the argument that such reporting would be overly burdensome to be required by SEC?
While it may change the economics over the course of the years, California's rule wouldn't be in place till 2027, I believe. It's still, we, the SEC, have to stay within our remit and the laws as Congress has passed, and it's about investor decisions and what they're being disclosed.
Sure. So if I may, Chair, I would like to submit for the record a letter signed by 25 of my colleagues, House and Senate, urging you, Chair Gensler, to finalize a robust climate disclosure rule that includes Scope 3 emissions.
Without objection.
You know, it's pretty simple why we need a robust disclosure rule, Chair. I mean, it's simple maybe for me. I know this is what you do every day, but I think the impact on the ground for my families is pretty clear. I mean, currently U.S. companies can and do obscure their exposure to climate risks, as you probably already know, and threaten the investments that retirees and workers depend on. So for example, like you look at Brookfield Renewable, an affiliate of a giant asset manager, and Brookfield describes itself as this is quote, one of the world's largest publicly traded pure play renewable power platforms. Sounds like a choice that would avoid climate-related financial risks, right? Wrong. A recent report found that Brookfield Renewable is invested in a fund that holds fossil fuel infrastructure assets, including Alberta oil sands pipelines, which the firm does not disclose in its SEC filings. This is just one example among many, Chair, of financial greenwashing, which regularly involves omission of Scope 3 emissions. So again, I really think such practices jeopardize the hard-earned life savings of many of my residents and workers across our country, retirees that invested paycheck after paycheck, year after year, to secure their financial future. So just please know, and I want to be on record, that I really would urge you to move forward on having a robust disclosure firm. But with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to yield the rest of my time to Member Foster.
Reauthorization of the SCORE program for mentors for small businesses, as well as the Small Business Development Center. So thank you. Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's great to have you here as the chair of the committee again, and with our colleague, Senator Ernst. I hope that the two of you are very productive in getting a lot done for small businesses, and I love today's subject, obviously, coming from the state of Washington, and certainly championing the outdoor industry as it related to the Land and Water Conservation Fund and putting more permanency to that. But I think the topic, the conversation here about natural disasters in natural areas, right? That's where we recreate in natural areas, and the advent of fires and other disasters changes just in weather. We had a community devastated by our border that was devastated by a flood. I can name several communities devastated by fire. So I do think, Ms. Turner, that when we think about the SBA and we think about how little help there is other than access to affordable financing, it makes me wonder what else we should be thinking about, given the amount of devastation that we've seen. We've asked GAO for a report on how much climate impacts are costing us as a federal government. Like, what is it costing us? And are there better strategies on mitigation? We think things like cross-laminated timber, that's a mitigation strategy. But I also wanted to ask you about the 301 tariffs and GSP, because I feel like small business, particularly in the recreational side, are also getting impacted by that. And I wish that we had certainty and predictability. We've let those expire. They expired 2 years ago, and it's still impacting businesses. And so I wanted to hear what you thought about those two subjects, and are there things we should be thinking about? And again, I'm just thinking, what happens is the definition, this isn't this committee's jurisdiction per se, but the definition on when you have a natural disaster and who can get help and assistance, if you don't live in a concentrated area, you don't get the assistance. And yet, I would say that these communities, whether it's, Lahaina or in our case, the Winthrop area or the Methow, that they are rural economies. They just happen to be either ski or tourism, or they just happen to be, small, but I guarantee you an entire valley economy depends on them. And so they should get similar treatment. So I don't know if you have thoughts on what else we should be doing.
Thank you, Senator Cantwell, and thank you for all you've done to champion the recreation economy for so many years. We think about the businesses that are completely destroyed by natural disasters, hurricanes, floods. We also think about the businesses that are impacted. So right now, a lot of our boat docks don't make it to the water because of drought. So there's whole communities in Lake Powell and Southwest and Southeast that need, rebuilt infrastructure. So I think there's a lot that could go there just to recreation infrastructure seen as a small business tool. When it comes to wildfires, the New Mexico wildfires just come to mind because there were small businesses that were shut down for weeks, almost months, that actually weren't impacted by the wildfire at all. But because they were in the terrain that wildfires were being impacted, the Forest Service had closed the entire forest. So those communities got no economic impact. And actually those businesses weren't able to go and get insurance dollars for that because they weren't impacted. So I think we need some flexibility around the insurance. And we've talked to the agencies. I wonder if it's even, maybe they don't have to pay their, fee to the Forest Service or the Park Service if they're shut down for so many weeks or so many months. But I think there's a lot that could be done to make sure that businesses that are closed because of climate, because of natural disasters, have the insurance and flexibility on the back end. And I think that goes with rebuilding infrastructure. Often recreation infrastructure is the last thing to be rebuilt after fire, even though it's the first thing that could help the community come back. So how do we rebuild infrastructure? And again, I talked about the flexibility around permitting, even seasonality. How can we expand seasons? The seasons aren't what they used to be. How can we ski for longer, maybe into the spring? How can we camp for longer, maybe into the fall? And so working on flexibility, so if there are days or weeks that businesses are closed, they can move those days or weeks into the other season. On GSP and 301 tariffs, you hit the nail on the head. It's uncertainty. It's constant uncertainty, and I think the expiration of GSP adds to what we don't know was going to happen with 301 tariffs. These are small businesses that are working off American ingenuity and American workforce, and whether they make a component abroad or a bigger part of their product, they are American businesses, and I think they deserve the certainty to know what's going to happen next. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, congratulations.
Senator from Rhode Island.
To Chairman Cardin for his fifth COP delegation that he led. I've been on all five of them, and I'm really grateful that he has organized them and organized them well. A couple of topics on this one. Going in, we had acquired from the UNFCCC the requirement that people showing up would have to disclose their fossil fuel affiliations. Like, who are you really working for if you've come to the COP? And we have worked since then with the environmental community to put some real teeth into that disclosure so that you actually know what the questions are and you have to answer them, and you can't just send it to the PR department and get a bit of fluff to file. And we have sent that in to Professor Raskin, who is the intermediary on these subjects of transparency with the UNFCCC. So we didn't get it done for this one, and this one was swarming with lobbyists and undisclosed mischief makers. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce, for instance, was present. We know, particularly in this building, that they're constantly up to no good. But we're hoping that by the next COP, there'll be far better transparency, and people who are actively working to defeat climate legislation, to defeat climate progress, have to disclose that they're up to that. They can still come, but everybody needs to know what jersey they're wearing. The other thing that happened was that the nations of the world agreed that we were going to transition away from fossil fuels. For many of us, that seemed pretty obvious going in. So I'm not too excited about that. But what's good about it is that every country signed off on it, like Saudi Arabia. Countries that have long been part of the fossil fuel kleptocracy apparatus had to go along with this. So while the standard may not be all that exciting, everybody knew going in we're transitioning away from fossil fuel, for Pete's sake, but the unanimity is new. And I give John Kerry a lot of credit for being extremely patient and determined to hold through all that and at least move the worst performers, the worst nations, to catch up with everybody else who already knew that transitioning away from fossil fuel is necessary. There was some good work done on methane. There were international efforts to focus on methane, and particularly methane leaks. And that's going to be good because working with what we're doing in the U.S. on methane, the methane regulation that just passed out of EPA, the methane fee that was brought into the IRA at with the good work of Chairman Carper, the methane task force that the Biden administration has stood up to spot methane leaks from satellites and go right at them the way a fire department would and make sure they're put out, they're snuffed out, they're stopped, and move quickly. You put that together with an international package, and you can begin to make a real dent in methane emissions. And methane emissions are less dangerous than carbon dioxide because they don't last as long, but they're immensely powerful while they're in the atmosphere. So they're really dangerous in the short run, and knocking them out in the short run will be a good outcome. The last thing I'll say is that we talked a lot about the CBAM, the carbon border adjustment mechanism while we were there. The European Union has passed a CBAM that will tariff goods that are imported into the EU from more carbon-intensive countries, including us, and including China, and including Russia, and including everybody in the world. And to my mind, that EU CBAM is the most promising emissions reduction strategy anywhere, arguably even more than these COPs. It is a big, big deal. And one of the things we heard from our EU folks is that they're not budging. No matter what pressure is put on them, they are not budging. They are not going to give exceptions. They're not going to give waivers. They're not going to let people weasel out. They're going to stick to their guns and make sure that their proposal goes forward. And I encourage that, because I think as soon as they're really locked down and everybody knows it, others will begin to join. And guess what today's news is? The UK is officially joining the EU CBAM. Now those two big economies are joined, and they will not have to pay internal tariffs to each other. And as my friend Philip Dunn, the Conservative MP who leads the Environmental Audit Committee of Parliament, said, their version of the UK CBAM will, quote, keep the UK at the forefront of the group of leading economies introducing comprehensive and effective measures to tackle global emissions while promoting growth. EU's in, rock solid, not budging. UK is joining. Now it's time for the United States to step up and join the carbon border tariff policies that are probably our very best step to avert the horrors of uncontrolled climate chaos. With that, let me yield the floor back, and again, thank Chairman Cardin for his leadership of this very busy and hardworking delegation.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Let me just underscore Senator Whitehouse's role in the CBAM he's talked about, because that sets up a level playing field on carbon, the real price of carbon. So we're not at a competitive disadvantage. We've got to catch up to what Europe is doing. We've got to join the group. And Senator Whitehouse has been the champion of pointing out that there's a price that we all pay because of carbon emissions, and we ask our companies to do it in a friendlier way. They need to be on a level playing field with their competitors, of course, China being a principal concern. These CBAM proposals will establish that level playing field and put American producers on a level playing field if we join with these efforts. Senator Carper, who chairs the Environment and Public Works Committee, has been the key leader in the U.S. engagement on the climate agenda. Through his leadership, we were able to pass the Inflation Reduction Act, which has been the envy of the world for a commitment on the energy agenda. But he also was responsible for the bipartisan infrastructure bill, and it had a heavy diet of greener transportation programs, establishing a way that we can electrify our transportation fleet with charging stations. All that came under Senator Carper's leadership. And then the Kigali protocols that we're able to ratify through our committee, through his leadership. So he's been the real champion and leader for the United States Senate on its aggressive policies to be a leader in the world on climate issues. And I'm proud to serve on his committee, along with the presiding officer. We have a real champion and leader in Senator Carper.
Madam President, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, the Senator from
One
Delaware.
of the joys for me is serving here, is serving in the, as the chair of the Environment and Public Works Committee, right next to Ben Cardin, and about 2 seats away from Sheldon Whitehouse. And we appreciate your participation, your leadership, and membership on our committee as well, Madam President. We got a bunch of pages sitting down here in the well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they're high school seniors, juniors, seniors, and they're probably like 16, 17, maybe 18 years old. Pretty soon they're going to head out in the world and hopefully go on and do bigger and better things than we have, their parents and grandparents have done. I want to make sure, I think my colleagues want to make sure that they actually have a planet to grow up on and a planet to grow old on. When I was about their age, I became a midshipman, Navy midshipman, and raised my right hand to defend the country and Constitution, and in those days. And I learned a little bit about leadership when I was not much older than these guys. And one of the things I learned about leadership is the importance of leadership by example. It's not do what I say, but rather do what I do. One of the great things about going to the COP under the leadership of Senator Cardin with our colleagues was we didn't just go and tell the rest of the world do X, Y, or Z. We went and said, this is what we're doing, and this is why it's important, and we want you to join us in this effort. And more and more folks around the country, around the world rather, are doing that. Today, I think a majority of Americans agree that climate change actually is a major threat, maybe the major threat facing our planet and the people who inhabit it. Every day, Americans see the impacts of climate crisis that's before us, particularly in the form of more frequent and destructive storms throughout the planet. A decade ago, the United States experienced, I'm told, 10 weather disasters, 10, that cost at least $1 billion each. 10 that cost at least $1 billion each. This year, there have been 25 of these billion-dollar events. That includes this summer's wildfire on Hawaiian island of Maui, which tragically took some 100 lives, our nation's deadliest wildfire in a century. We also know that 2023 was not one of the hottest years on this planet. It was the hottest year on our planet, without question. Scientists tell us that global temperatures are going to keep rising if we don't do more to translate away or to transition away from fossil fuels. So, Madam President, the question that I'm asking myself, and I think we need to ask ourselves, is what are we going to do about it? And as Senator Cardin and Senator Whitehouse have laid out, we're doing a lot. Can we do more? Yeah, we can do more. Are we going to do more? Yes, we're going to do more. And we're going to hear from the chairman of the Finance Committee here a little bit, and he'll talk a bit about the great work that's been done under his leadership in the Finance Committee to make sure that we follow through and build on what we've already begun. But the United States, well, I think we're getting our act together on this front. For a long time, we were the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases on the planet. Far and away the biggest. And I think we have a moral obligation, having put so much greenhouse gases up into the air, I think we have a moral obligation to actually lead in the reduction of emissions and make sure that these young people up here and my grandchildren and your grandchildren all have a planet to grow up on. I want to just commend Senator Cardin. I think you did a great job leading our CODEL. It was an honor to be a part of that CODEL. I want to say how much I enjoyed it. It was bipartisan, and we ran into a bunch of folks from the House of Representatives over there, Democrats and Republicans, so we had a good bipartisan, bicameral feel, and came away and felt good about it, really good about it. At COP28, Senator Cardin has already mentioned this, but our message to the rest of the world was the United States is I'm tempted to say once again, but I'll just say is again leading the global effort to tackle the climate crisis. And my colleagues have already mentioned a couple of ways that we are doing that. So, it's been mentioned Kigali. You heard of the people, maybe the people at home watching, they say, what in the world is Kigali? Well, it refers to a treaty. That's a treaty that actually reduces the emission of something called HFCs. What are HFCs? My wife said to me about a year or two ago, stop talking about HFCs. Nobody really cares about HFCs. Well, here's why they do. They're a refrigerant. We all have refrigerators, we have air conditioners, we have freezers and chillers and coolers, and the ingredient that helps make all those work is HFCs, hydrofluorocarbon. That's the good news. They work, it cools things off. But the bad news, it's that when those HFCs leak into the atmosphere, they're 1,000 times more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. I'll say that again. 1,000 times more potent than carbon dioxide as a greenhouse gas. So the idea of reducing those and phasing out those HFCs is a big deal. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're doing that. That one thing alone is worth about 0.5% centigrade toward meeting our goals coming out of Paris Accords a year, 2 years ago. That the agreement out of Paris was 1.5 degrees Celsius reduction, and we, from this one thing alone, with the HFCs, we're going to get a third of that. But following COP26, we put our heads down and we got to work, and after months of intense negotiations, we passed the Inflation Reduction Act, big provisions in the legislation that came out of our committee, Mr. Chairman, which included almost $370 billion in incentives for clean energy and climate change, for the largest ever investment in climate action and environmental justice. Where I come from, that is real money, and hopefully we'll do even more on that. But soon after we'd done that, the Senate came together on a bipartisan basis to ratify the Kigali Amendment that I've talked about. That's a big deal, and we got to make sure that we actually implement it as it's intended. But if you take them together, these historic wins are advancing our nation's climate goals. And importantly, they're also helping to create hundreds of thousands of good paying clean energy jobs in our country, many more around the world. We have heard for years we can't address climate change, we can't address the warming of our planet and create jobs and economic opportunity. Hogwash. We can do both. And if you look at the inflation numbers, inflation is down. If you look at employment numbers are up. And the work that we're doing on the greenhouse gas side is going forward. So we're doing it all. We're doing it all. But still, we are clear-eyed that there's more work to be done. COP28 resulted in, as Senator Card has mentioned, the historic global agreement that's called Transitioning Away from Fossil Fuels, which are causing global warming, and our success in achieving our shared climate goals will depend on the action that we take in the decade to come. With that in mind, as Chairman of the Environment and Public Works Committee, I remain focused in overseeing the implementation of our recent climate wins, and over the next year, I hope we're going to build on our nation's climate goals, including advancing bipartisan legislation to strengthen our nation's nuclear industry. I think Senator Cardin may have referred to that, and helping confirm President Biden's nominees for key leadership posts. I believe the last time I checked, nuclear energy is providing, I don't know, half or more than half of our carbon-free electricity in this country. And we have the potential to build on that, and we need to do that, and hopefully we will. I want to close by words spoken down to the other end of this chamber, at the other end of the call. A couple of years ago, French President Macron came and spoke to a bipartisan House, Senate gathering. And he said in talking to us about climate change and global warming, he said, there's no planet B. That's what he said, no planet B. This is the only planet we're going to have. No planet B. We got to make every day count. And I think what we've heard coming out of the COP28, we have every intention of helping to lead this planet to that direction. And with that, I yield the floor. I want to again thank Senator Cardin. I yield back to him. Thank him for terrific leadership,
Madam President,
in the COP and so many other forums. Thank you.
Let me again thank Senator Carper for his leadership on these issues. We were joined by Senator Markey, and if we would have passed Senator Markey's bill in the Senate that passed the House, we would not be in this position today. He has been a leader on climate issues for several decades now, and has really been the champion on raising the consciousness that we all have responsibilities for this one globe. So, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Senator Cardin. Thank you for your leadership in bringing our delegation to COP28. And what a delegation with you as the chairman of Senate Foreign Relations, Senator Copper, the chairman of Environment and Public Works, Senator Whitehouse, an historic leader on these issues, and even sitting out here on the floor right now, Senator Wyden, who was so instrumental in ensuring that the IRA passed and that it had the incentives to unleash a clean energy revolution that had been long overdue in terms of having a response. So we thank We thank you, and we thank the young people, the Pages, who are here today, because they are the true leaders of this movement. Coming off the heels of this year's climate talks, it was clear that COP28, the International Climate Conference, was an opportunity to lift our gaze, to lift the planet's gaze to the constellation of possibilities for our ability to be able to respond to this crisis that is affecting our planet, and to readjust the gravitational force of fossil-fueled interests that pull our countries away from climate action. I've been to many international climate conferences over the years. I know how much it matters to give countries a space to convene, to give advocates a chance to hold governments accountable, and to give the public a direction for a livable future. COPs give us a chance to organize and not just agonize about the climate crisis. I was encouraged to see the final COP28 deal include a call to transition away from fossil fuels, as well as an agreement on the fund for losses and damages due to climate change. We have never had such a strong signal that it is time to close the chapter on the heyday of fossil fuels. But the science is clear. Weak agreement language will not keep our planet strong. We can't just agree to consider life-saving actions. We must commit to those life-saving actions. COP28 came to a loophole-filled end, less an embrace of a fossil fuel-free future and more a step in the right direction when we needed to be sprinting towards a fossil fuel phase-out on the planet. The climate crisis disproportionately impacts people who are least responsible, most affected, and most often left behind: poor, marginalized, and indigenous communities. We can't build walls around the climate crisis, so we have to build bridges. To be a leader, the United States must commit to phasing out fossil fuels and to putting our money where our mouth is. We've done it at home with the Inflation Reduction Act, which is already unleashing commitments of nearly $300 billion in private funding for clean energy in just the first year since it passed. And it has the potential of ultimately unleashing trillions of dollars of private sector investment over the next decade. And I think it will do that. But now we need to do it internationally as well. We have to provide direct finance for clean energy and climate resilience. We must push the World Bank. We must push the International Monetary Fund to do more and to do better. And we must stop subsidizing, financing, and approving new fossil fuel plants around the world. We cannot preach temperance from a bar stool. And the United States right now is drunk on oil and natural gas production and exports from our country around the world. Plus, we continue to foot the bill for other countries' fossil-fueled binges. In the face of these challenges, the answer is not to reverse course on our climate and clean energy commitments. It's to double down. It's to do more. It's to respond to this moral challenge to our country and to our planet, to the challenge which young people are giving to this body and to the world to respond to a crisis that was not dealt with by preceding generations. Trying to solve climate change without a phase-out of fossil fuels is like trying to end lung cancer without getting off cigarettes. Our prescription here is clear. Phase out fossil fuels and build clean economies here at home and abroad at the same time. And I look forward to continuing to partner with my colleagues in Congress, members of parliament around the world pushing for a fossil-free future, environmental and climate justice. Organizations led by young people and all those who are working for a global Green New Deal. Young people are leading us, and we must respond to them. They are right, and the fossil fuel industry is wrong on every one of these issues. And we have to continue to respond to this challenge politically. We've taken important steps, and the senators who are here today led that effort, but without a single Republican vote. We cannot sprint towards the solutions if we do not have more support from the Republican Party. We will not have credibility with the rest of the world if we continue to build LNG export facilities to send natural gas around the world, to addict countries to natural gas while we should be helping them to deploy wind and solar and all-electric vehicles and battery storage technologies and other clean energy technologies. That is what we should be doing. We have to end this era where we are about to try to build dozens of LNG, liquefied natural gas plants, to addict the rest of the world. Fossil fuel climate change is a threat to each and every one of us, so each and every one of us has a role to play in heeding the COP's call to action. I thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your leadership. Thank you for convening us here today.
Madam President.
Senator from Maryland.
Let me thank Senator Markey again for his extraordinary leadership. I want to also acknowledge Josh Klein for the work that he did as our staff person for COP28. Madam President, Senator Wyden's on the floor, and I know he's planning to speak on Martin O'Malley to be the next administrator of the Social Security Administration. But I want to take this time to thank Senator Wyden for his leadership on the climate agenda. We marked up in the Senate Finance Committee the energy provisions that ended up in the Inflation Reduction Act well before the Inflation Reduction Act was put together as a package. And it was the work that Senator Wyden led in the Finance Committee that provides the predictability to the future of our tax code to reward renewable energies. We were asked in the COP meetings, what happens if there's changes in elections? Will America still be strong on the climate agenda? And we pointed out to our tax code, which we have been able to continue tax provisions. And Senator Wyden's led the effort to make sure that we have a strong tax base to reward renewable energy sources so that we can do exactly what Senator Markey said, transition off of fossil fuels to renewables. So I just really want to acknowledge the work that Senator Wyden has done on the climate agenda. And he was a very popular person in Dubai, even though he was not there.
Madam President, I don't want to make this a